Hi guys, how you doing, Overlord? You alright, buddy? Oh, he's getting his paladin hang about. He's giving his paladin up. Oh, leveling his paladin up, sorry. How you doing, buddy? Alright. Yeah. Fly me there. What's up? What? You want cuddles now? Straight away to start at stream? Saw raid cancelled. Well, too many people had signed optional. Like, they might make it, they might not, or they might be late. So we weren't be able to start at the start of the raid time anyway. But then one of our guild members last night took a drastic personal loss, which I'm not going to get into because it's a private matter. And they're an integral part of the raiding team, and because they can't be here, makes it pretty much impossible to raid. And I think it's better today, because obviously I was upset with it last night as well when I was informed. Just do your own thing today and tomorrow. If you want to pug the raid on normal, you can do. You want to pug it on heroic, just don't get curve. You know, you can kill the first 7. I'm completely fine with that. And then you've still got access to BRD, both normal and heroic. You can clear those all the way through, because they'll still give you the same item level loot as what you get from the current raid. I'm surprised more people haven't been in BRD. I really am, because you've only got it until the middle of January. And it gives some good items. I mean, I got oh, it's not on this character, it's on my thingy. On my my demon hunter, I've got a 606 neck from BRD normal. What's up, darling? Eh? What are you doing? You're a little cuddle monkey, aren't you? You had your food and now you're happy and want your cuddles. Eh? You're making me smell all your stinky food. Yeah, I know you. Yeah. What the fuck? I don't need to do bountiful delves anymore though on my my demon hunter, because all my gear is above that. Because bountiful delves only give you 603 gear. I mean, if I can get a map can give you 610 gear, so that will be on the hero track. You'll just have to like fully upgrade it. Obviously, the only reason I need to do delves, I need to do the normal delves ideally, really, or whatever, for the vault. Because you can still do tier 8 delves until you've got all 616 or better gear, which will probably take people a while. So for vault purposes, your delves are pretty good. But oh shit. But the can't remember what I was saying there. Completely forgotten. Delves, yeah. Delves are still going to be good for a while for your tier 8 stuff. Misty, can I have my hand? Can I elevate this up here? Can I make you work for this? Little bugger, aren't you? I'll put it down here for you. There you go. Fucking hell. What's up with you, eh? Go monkey. To myself, PC candidate. Something for my graphics card wasn't in case. I'm not being funny, Overlord, but I've got much bigger concerns on mine right now than a computer. At least yours is still being sorted over there. But yeah, last night's news was a bit shocking. What's up? What are you doing? What? Little monkey. Oh! Big old bumpsy. Right? Big old bumpsy. Ooh, a crossbow. Ooh, upgraded as well. Hi, Sidetracks. What's this? What are you doing? You too. You're going down. Oh my god, where's all this lot coming from? Fuck this. Pop some cooldowns. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think Blizzard probably need to do a bit more with the delves. I think they need to have higher vault slots for tier 9, tier 10 and tier 11 delves, so it gives you better vault options up to even close to that of like Mythic Raid. So you can get like one Mythic Raid item or something per week almost, even on like the lowest track. Because then it'll keep the delves relevant. Otherwise the delves irrelevant up to heroic at a certain point. And when heroic goes to like tier 8, there's no point doing tier 9 or above. They're not worth anything. But I think they also need to do something more with the bountiful delves. They need to give them some better options as well. If they truly want it to be soloable content to gear up, they need to look at it more for the reward track. Because at the moment, you only do delves for tier 8. I don't do delves anymore. I don't need to either. As of yesterday on my Demon Hunter, I don't need to. I can do them on this character. I can do it on my... my Rep Pardon as well, that I'm still gearing. But last night I got my Demon Hunter to 610 item level, and all his gear is 606 or higher. So the only thing I need to do delves for once a week is to get a 616 from the vault. So I'll just get one item halfway through the heroic upgrade track. That's it. I don't need it for the bountiful delves or the regular gear. And if you do heroic raid, it won't matter. Well, you get better item in your vault than you do from the heroic raid, from the delves, because the delves gear a 616. The heroic raid gives you like a 610 or a 613. So you actually get a better item from the tier 8 delves in the heroic raid, apart from the last two bosses. Last two give better loot. It's still hero track, yeah, but it means you ain't gonna waste any more crests. Because, like, if you get a 616, it'll be 3 out of 6 on the hero track. If you get one from the raid, it'll be 1 out of 6 on the hero track. So you save 2 lots of crests by not having to upgrade it. The raid item is better unless it's tier set. The raid item could be better even if it is tier set, but the raid item, but don't forget the loot you get from the delves, some of it is from the heroic raid. You can get heroic raid items, because I've had things from the delves that are out of from the raid bosses. I've just got them with more upgrades. I had one of my items from my Demon Hunter. And you can also cataclysm, obviously, like regular armor pieces, into tier as well. Well, reminds me, I wonder what the tier set bonus is on the Beastmaster Hunter. I got the Predator's Warglaive from my vault, and that was from the delves, and that's the glaive that drops from Rashinan in heroic. So I know that to be false. Who? This one down here. Oh, that crap for 270k? The fuck? What the fuck? These things aren't supposed to despawn. Hi Matrix, how you doing, brother? Oh. Just got back home. It's like a motherfucker. Make sure you get some paracetamol or something, buddy. And drink plenty of water.
What's that, dude?
Alright, buddy. So make sure you get some paracetamol, drink plenty of water.
Ah. I fucking realize all this fucking shit you have to fucking do.
Yeah, I bet it's not fucking easy. I'm not looking forward to it and I've got to do it. He's from Sweden, so go figure. Not the probably D for it at the moment, Minnie, I'll be honest with you, buddy. I know you don't know because you're not psychic, but still. Not today.
Fine.
It's not fine.
What are you up to?
Just leveling my hunter, buddy. Leveling my hunter up, and then I'm gonna get him into some delves and start gaming him, and then I can. I think I've worked out I need to do 24 delves. No, in fact, no, not 24. No, because I ain't got to do delves. No, in fact, I've got to do delves for my vault slot. I've got to do 24 delves a week on my 3 characters because I've got my demon hunter, my demon hunter, my Ret Paladin, and my Beast Mastery Hunter. So I'm going to have all 3 geared, and then I can flex into whatever we might need. And if there's bosses that are like better for ranged or better for melee, I can bring what's needed if need be. Or if I'm missing like a raid buff or something, we'll have some options. Go and get them from over there. Having 5 level 8s really does help your characters level so much fucking faster. It's insane. The extra 12% for the BD thing. 10%. You get 25% from, well, 5% per each level 80. 10% from the anniversary. You can get another 10% if you do a quest. But it only lasts for 12 hours. But I don't need that at this point. When you've got like 35% more experience is a fucking lot of sidetracks, to be fair, buddy. When you're getting that and that amount, and it's for every quest and every kill, it's ridiculous how fast you level. You feel like you're skipping zones in some cases, because you do them that fast. You haven't got to do many of the optional quests. All you've got to do is like most of the campaign quests. You do now have like 8 level 80s. I'm not disputing how many you've got, buddy. I'm just saying, it feels like you're skipping things that much faster. Because they've never put anything into the game like that before. The closest thing to it was heirlooms. Heirlooms, I think, gave you a similar experience, but you had to have the different armour set for each individual character. So you had to go and buy the different set of heirlooms. You had to have the cloth ones, the plate ones, the leather ones, the mail ones. And while that worked almost as well, it weren't quite as good as that. That's just like all your experience gains. Because some of them were... it was how it was worded on some of the heirloom items. It was like... some was experience from mobs and quests. Some were just from quests and not from mobs. So you would gain the maximum experience from quests always, but from killing mobs, I think it was only 2 of the pieces gave you like extra, I think 15% or something like that. I think it was like the legs and the head or something, or whatever it were. Combination of them. Because there was only 5 pieces that gave you experience. Because you could have a full heirloom set that scaled with your character, but they didn't all give you experience. Which I thought was kind of weird, because I thought the idea behind the heirlooms were to have scalable gear up until the current expansion to help you level faster. I thought that was the whole point of the heirloom gear. And that still work, but you need to have upgraded it. What, the heirlooms still work, do they? I thought they'd replace the heirlooms with this warband thing. I read something about it somewhere. Or maybe somebody had worded it where it's been replaced because you can do this easier or something. I don't know. It might have been that. Oh, Sol's boots he gave me. A legend. Oh, Sol's got me a full set of 80 stuff, hasn't he, as well? Absolute beast. Heirloom go to 70. No, but I mean, do they still give you experience? Or have they disabled that? Because I heard they were disabling the experience portion of it and basically converting it to the warband thing. Because otherwise you could get like 50% experience almost. If you had all the experience heirlooms and that warband stuff on top. Which would be ridiculous. I mean, it's already fast enough with that. It uses rested now though. Ah, is that what it is? It gives you more rested. I'm going to say I thought I read something about it somewhere. Because I've got the heirlooms for all my plate classes.
I have a fucking shit ton of heirlooms as well on my car.
Yeah, I think well, I don't think I've got it on my clothies or leather, because I didn't really have much in the way of leather. But I've got a mail set for my hunter and I've got a plate set for all my plate guys.
I think I have mail heirlooms, I think.
Uh,
Have.
So 2 set reduces it slower, and again at 6 set. So basically like 60% slower to get rid of rested. Do you know what it equates to in terms of like experience from mobs, that? Because your rested bar only depletes from killing creatures, doesn't it? It's not from quests, as far as I'm aware. Quests just push it further along, don't they? Does it equate to quite a bit, or is it just not worth? Messed around with the 100 to obliterate build, and from what I've noticed the difference between the two wasn't massive. Is it really? Is it really, Blue? I'm thinking about something new guildies today, Blue, I'll be honest with you, buddy. You're a rare gem among fucking...
By the way, it's Black, we lost on you.
I know. But that's what I was on about. I saw when I logged on. But
Yeah,
I
he messaged me as well on it.
who?
The guy who left, he messaged me.
Oh,
Because
the messenger.
he and me, yeah, he and me was the only one online when he left, so he
Oh,
messaged me
what
about
did he
it.
say? See,
I have it fucking-
he'd not even been to a raid.
I know. I'll send you the thing. I took a screenshot for it. There it
Because
is.
weren't you having a friend join us at one point? He was saying.
Zero clue. This is the thing he messaged me about. Spec. It's not you, DM.
At least he said something, other than like the last guy.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Alright, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. But, yeah, well, like the previous guy, the one before that guy didn't say anything to anybody. And it's like, trying to find, like, raiders like you, Blue, who are active, nice people, and, you know, you've got a willing to, like, learn and join in. I've got some fucking loyalty to you as well. You people are actually quite hard to find. This day, there's too many guild hoppers. People hop the guilds like it's going out of fucking fashion. See, back in the day, guild hoppers were there, but they were a rare occurrence. Because if you got a reputation of being a guild hopper, guilds wouldn't recruit you. Any serious guild or semi-serious guild wouldn't recruit you. They'd just be like, you know, get fucked. Because what they can do is they can look on your Raider IO or your WoW Progress, and it'll show them how many guilds you've been in. If you've been in a guild like less than a day or less than a week or less than a month, and you jump in guilds all the time, people look at it and be like, well, you're not reliable. You're in a guild for like less than a month and you're fucking off. Something I want to run by you as well, Si. I want your opinion on this, because I asked Wash about it last night. But Wash has obviously been out of the game for as long as I have, when we stopped raiding in Nafria. There's a guy other day we were looking at, because he's looking for a guild on Raider IO. Now, by all standpoints, he's a decent player. He's got 6 out of 8 Mythic, and he's had quite a bit of progress on Silken Court. But he went into a guild in September, start of September, and either left that guild or got kicked out by the start of October. Then he joined another guild a couple of days later, on the 9th of October, and left or got kicked from that guild on the 10th of November. That guild was the 4th best guild on Ravencrest. So the 4th highest ranked guild at the moment. So I don't know if he's getting kicked or if he's just leaving. But if it's a player at that skill level, if he's got 6 out of 8 Mythic, he's got to have some, you know, decent skills to attain that in the first place. Why would he be leaving guilds if he's leaving them, rather than getting kicked from them? Would he be failing his trial or something? Because it seems unlikely if he's already got 6 out of 8 Mythic. And that's where the guild he joined was at as well. They were on the same boss he was. So yeah, ain't a lot, but auto attack damage increases and stuff is nicer to play with. It might be the one-hander, might have frozen waste, it's dead passive, so it might feel worse with the one-hander. End of the day, Plug, but if it works for you, I've always said it's your character, you play how you want. If you can make it work and do sufficient damage where you're not below the tanks in damage, and when I say tanks, I don't mean transit when he's fucking OP to shit, but when you've got gear close to the tanks, like the raid the other day, none of us were below Mini. We've all caught up to Mini in gear. Mini was below all of us on every single boss pull. So, Matrix, me, you, and Clicks were all above Mini. So when you're a similar gear to a tank, and they're not broken at the moment like prop paladins are, you should be above the tanks in 99% of cases. Unless you die at some point in the fight and you're dead for a while.
I mean, if I'm ever gonna join again, I would never like guild hop for like I wanna be there for the fucking experience. You know, just not to be there for like one fucking day. Just go over to the next one.
No, that's it. No, it's I don't care if somebody came to me and approached me on my Demon Hunter and said, I can see that you're 4 out of whatever heroic. we're 7 out of 8 heroic and we're about to go on to Queen. Do you want to join us? We're missing a demon hunter. I'm not going to leave my guild to join another guild for 3 bosses. Or 2 bosses. It's like, well, no. I don't care about getting that extra little bit of gear. I don't care about the 2 more boss kills. I'll get them with my guild. If my guild can do heroic Nathria, this raid's nothing by comparison to Nathria. Nathria is so much harder. This has got 2 bosses in this that are actually semi-difficult, and that's the last 2, really. Brood Twister might give us some problems on heroic a little bit, but I think most people get used to what to deal with the ads. I think they'll be fine. Kyvessa's already halfway dead. We've got Kyvessa to 51% with 8 people. If we have 10 people in that raid for Kyvessa, that's a dead boss. We can kill that boss with our DPS with 10 people. Because when we've got 10 people, the boss won't gain any more health. The boss only scaled to 10 people. So if we can get 2 more people in there, that's a dead boss. That's free loot. Good day, lads and ladettes. I'm so happy no DPS do less damage than me. Well, to be fair, Minnie, we're not supposed to. You're doing your job as a tank. That's what I need you to do, which is stay alive and do your mechanics. You're doing the 2 things that I need you to do in a raid. We're not supposed to be below you. If we're below you, then we've got to either look at what the class is doing, or the spec, or see how far the gear difference is. They shouldn't be below you realistically. Transit on his prop paladin, there's 2 problems with that. 1, Transit's an exceptionally skilled mythic raider, and 2, the prop paladin at the moment, the burst is absolutely insane. They're getting like 6 million crits. Most DPS can't even get that, which tells me they need to tone down prop paladin. Rep paladin should get that, but not prop paladin. Rep paladin's only getting like 4.5 million. So the prop paladin's getting 2 million more on their crits than the fucking rep paladin. And that's the DPS spec. Makes no sense. So Blizzard have fucked up there. I would be so much lower probably. You'd be fine, Jay. You just have to get used to it. The problem is, Jay, as well, obviously you've got your family and commitments, and it's a matter of having enough time to play the game and get good at the game. Games like this, you don't learn overnight. Not if you're brand spanking new to the game. If you're in this and you're a day 1 noob, you're not going to be a fucking mythic raider in 24 hours. It's not happening. Anyone that tells you different is lying. And it might be the Silken is disbanding raid teams. Might be the Silken is disbanding raid teams? I have been in the guild I'm in now since Dragonflight, but only because my guild before disbanded. What do you mean Silken disbanding raid team, Sideshocks? Do you mean they're getting rid of players to getting new players for the kill or something?
I think you meant the second cohort is disbanding.
The guild hopper guy. Yeah, the 6 out of 8 mythic dude. Oh, nice.
Have you gotten the replies yet from any recruits?
No, not at the moment. I'll have a check now. Let me have a look. I've got all the websites up. No, no, no. No, not at the moment. Not at the moment, brother. I'll keep trying. I'll keep trying. My old guild was a really casual guild. We had some great people there. It was just looking for something more in terms of like the game. Well, as I said, Plu, you've been an integral part of the raid team, buddy, doing well. And the fact we can 8-man the first 4 bosses on heroic. Tell you right now, I could have not gone into heroic Nathria and done the first 5 bosses with 8 people. Some of the bosses, yes. First boss, absolutely. You might get away with Huntsman. Hungering Destroyer could be, depends on the DPS. In Nerva Dark Vein, no chance, because of the mechanics. And now you can't do double soaks, otherwise you wipe your raid. So that means you have to have tanks soaking in fucking red circles. Artificer, it depends how many people are being chased by the ghosts. Kale of the Sunstrider would be difficult, if not impossible, because of the healing from the fucking crystal things. Council would also be a problem because of the link-up mechanic with 2 people running away at a time. because then you're going to lose a shitload of DPS. But I'm not sure what the enrage time was on camp, so I think it was quite a long enrage timer. So you might be able to do that, I think. But Nathria in Heroic would be a lot harder to 8-man that, where we can 8-man the first 4 bosses in Heroic on this, and it's a joke. I would probably not even consider taking 8 people to fucking Nathria. What the fuck? What is this?
Back.
Yo.
What do you think of the new Call of Duty game?
I don't play Call of Duty, buddy.
You don't?
I don't.
I thought you played it like back in the day or something.
Back in the day I did, yeah. I played Black Ops 1 and 2, and I played Modern Warfare 1, 2 and 3. And I like the campaigns of Modern Warfare, because I liked Soap and the captain, I forgot his fucking name. I like both of those guys. Had a good story to it with them. But I'm not a massive fan of Call of Duties. Call of Duties these days, it's like fucking 85% kids just fucking raging at the fucking monitor of the keyboard or whatever.
I'm thinking of buying it, to be honest.
Up to you, buddy. If you've got money for it and if you want to, play it. Don't let me discourage you. That's just my take on it. I just don't...
I know.
The thing is, when I'm not recording for YouTube, I'll probably be playing World of Warcraft. I want to invest my free time that I'm not spending with Ella into the guild. I want to get more people for the raid, so you guys can have a continuous raiding team and get people gear like Plu who wants some more gear. Because we've got a casual-ish guild, but I'd call us like a semi-hardcore guild. We're not hardcore because we're not doing fucking 4, 5, 6 days a week. We're never going to. I don't want to. That's just too much for me. It's too much for a lot of people. But
But how fucking bad means can
I think frustrating on the second boss is really the only one that's a bit inconsistent on the tanking side, but the next two are really easy. I think, like, if we have a Mini and Transit, who are a lot more confident in tanking, with that, you're not going to get silly mistakes. So I don't think the second boss should be an issue. The second boss has been a pet peeve of mine, I won't lie to you, Plu. But I think now you're not going to have that issue as much. Because what my hope is really to do at the moment is to clear the first 4 bosses on Friday every week. Get the first 4 bosses out of the way. We can even 8-man them if we need to. Once the first 4 bosses are dead, we then need 10 people for Kaivessa and Overnax onwards. So then we need to get more people in. If we can get more people, we can do a little bit of prog on Friday, and then we can use Sunday and Monday both as prog days. They can be our progression through the raid. That's my aim anyway, what I would like for people. Kaivessa can die 100%. I was speaking to Wassa last night about it, and he said, yeah, with 2 more people we can kill that boss. Because you're going to have 2 more players doing full DPS. You're going to have 2 more cooldowns from those players. 2 more people benefiting from Lust at the start of the fight. You won't believe how much difference 2 more people can make putting out damage. As long as the damage isn't like stupidly fucking low or something. Should be able to get past the first 4 bosses of farm easily, buddy. I can pretty much guarantee the first 4 bosses every fucking week. Even with 7 or 8 people. Those first 4 bosses are just nothing. But as I said, if that were Nathria, if we had 8 people, I could probably take you to kill first boss. Maybe the Huntsman. I probably couldn't get you to kill much beyond that. Maybe it'll push Hunger and Destroyer, but I'm not sure.
I'm getting so fucking bad, man.
Been here, Steve, but last minute rugby ticket. I'm not putting no pressure on you, side, buddy. You've got your main priorities. Obviously, if you've got a main guild like you and Transit both have, that's where your priorities are as well, buddy. So I hold you as like a reserve raider, sort of, in my mind. So I can't put any pressure on you with that. You're there if you're there. If you're not there, you know, we do what we can without you. That's why I'm looking for people who want this as their main guild, rather than like an alt guild, who can be here for, ideally, all 3 raids. Being here for like 1 or 2 raids, it helps, but it's not what we need to be able to progress forward. We need consistency. Because like you look at people like Plu, Clicks, Matrix, Overlord, they're all there every raid. I need people to be here pretty much every raid. And if the same people are seeing the boss mechanics, they'll make less mistakes. If you're there and you can sign up, Si, brilliant, dude. I've got no problem at all. You know, you're welcome to come along anytime. You know, I'll just take you as like extra DPS if you're there. If you're not there, obviously it's on me. It's not on you guys. It's on me to try and find people who can raid with us more consistently. It on Game Pass? I would have been. I mean, last night we already got 51%. I think we're just 8 of us. That's what I mean. And what you've got to think of is what we're looking at, Plu. We're looking at 33% per phase 1 of Kaivesa. So if we get Kaivesa to 66% after phase 1, and then 33% after phase 2, after the second phase 1, should I say, and then you've got the third phase 1, but then she'll start to enrage not long into that phase. But that's basically where the DPS check's going to come in to kill her. But if we've got 2 more DPS players popping their cooldowns when they come off cooldown, benefiting from benefiting from the lust as well at the start, that's a lot of damage. And we put it this way, Wassa showed me a screenshot on Bloodbound Horror where with lust we did 23% of the boss's health in those 40 seconds. So with lust on pull, that pull the other day where we didn't kill the boss because he had 21% health left, if lust would have been used, we would have oh god, the pest head. Oh no. If we'd have had lust, would have killed that boss. Because Overlord either forgets to press lust or just saves it for, I don't know, next Christmas, next expansion, next Christmas or something. Which is why really, I know Overlord's a healer, so realistically, I don't want him to be responsible for lust. Ideally, I need somebody else in the raid that can have a lust character. Somebody who's reliable, who can be there every raid. Somebody who can lust every fucking pull. Because that lust can make a massive difference. If we can do 23% of a boss's health in 40 seconds with lust, and most first phases are going to be longer than 40 seconds, it's going to be huge.
When we come to Silken Court, I would rather save the Bloodlust for the first charge. Because you will get more damage out of it.
Yeah, when it takes in the increased damage.
Yeah.
See, that's a possibility on places like that, yes.
But like every Silken Court I've been on, everyone is bloodlusting on full, which I'm sure I can understand that, but I would rather save it for the first charge.
Sidechuck says send Bloodlust on pull, it goes into the damage amp phase. What you mean? You mean the phase where you switch over to the caster bitch?
The monster. You pretend not to be.
You're the only monster here.
Am I? You've slain hundreds.
When you wed the boss. What, you think in the first 40 seconds you can get him into the web phase and then still use some of the lust?
Or is it just your nature to destroy?
I mean, he has a point for it, Matrix, you could. Because you could use it on pull and then just save some cooldowns for when he's webbed. How long is he webbed for? How long is it in the web? It's not long, is it?
Nah, not that long.
What is it, like 10 seconds, 8 seconds? 10 seconds.
I know.
So you've got 10 seconds, which is not much longer than most cooldowns will last. So if you pop those as he's about to get entangled, just dump everything into him. He's going to take some damage. What's the damage increase he takes from being webbed?
Run all you like. I'm coming
50%. Wow, that's a lot.
of you.
I know what I'm doing. I'm saving fucking meta when that fucker's webbed. Save meta, I'm just going to burn the fucker alive. If I can do 50% more with that. Whew. I'm going to pop some fucking I-beams in his ass and fucking blow him up. Don't like micromanagement BS. Yeah, the micromanagement on the worm is going to be a lot, Plu. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, we're not going to have to do too much of it. It's going to be a lot on the tanks. But we're going to have to help the tanks out. Because, like, obviously they've got to tank the worm, the spiders. The spiders have, like, a tank mechanic. And they crush, they do some serious damage. If you're like I was, I had Immolation Aura active when the worm came out of the egg. The spider came out of the egg. And it procced. It did its last proc and it aggroed the spider. And because Jamie didn't aggro it, it one-shot me. It did more than my entire health bar in one attack. It deleted me. So them spiders are fucking nasty. So once we've killed the worms, those spiders are next priority. They need to die fast.
Where the fuck are you at? Morrow, where you at?
Who?
Mr. Morrow.
What the fuck's that?
It's an NPC in Tanaris. Doing some questy.
Oh, are you doing that thing for that mount still?
No, it's something else. You have to find like really fucking weird items, and I can't be bothered to even try to find those things. Ain't happening. You have like, basically for like find a key, then you have to socket the key with like a gem that you have to find somewhere around the fucking in the world.
We found a rare quest line last night for any of you guys that are interested in mounts. It starts in the 20th anniversary area. You can get onto the quest chain. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are already out. Chapter 3 unlocks on the reset this Wednesday. And then Chapter 4 unlocks the Wednesday after. And you've only got the anniversary to get it. And it gives you a green Fell Reaver motorcycle mount if you guys want it. If you wanted it all, let me know and I'll link you the quest log info. Because it took this... there's a bunch of content creators and other people who basically find these really rare quests, items, and they do the chains. Because the quest chains are really obscure. And it sometimes might be like a white item drops and it'll have some text on it. Most people don't read it. They either sell it or they chuck it away or whatever. But it can lead you onto this quest chain. And it can lead to this mount. And this mount's going to be super rare. Because if you get it before the... Well, you can only get it before the anniversary ends. And once the anniversary ends, it might show up again at some point in the trading post. But I don't think it'll be for at least a couple of years. So anyone that doesn't get it before then isn't going to get it. At least not for quite a while. And then I would assume if it comes up trading post and being a mount, probably going to be fucking expensive. The person who voices over as the spider is hella creepy. Okay. Donegal. Like a bit of a shot, may have you? It's going to be weird to return to parts of the Eastern Kingdoms in the next two expansions. So we're going to the northern tip of the Blood Elf area, which last time we went there for an expansion was Burning Crusade for the Sunwell. And then we're going to Northrend back to Ulduar. If they put some good bosses in Ulduar, that could be a raid to define all raids. Because Ulduar was a good fucking raid. I think it had like 13, 14 bosses. And they were some of the best bosses ever made. Ulduar along with Throne of Thunder. They were two really good raids. The only one that I didn't really enjoy in Ulduar was the first one. Which is where you drive them fucking tanks. I hate it where you like lose control of your character and you've got to drive something else. I used to hate that shit. So just let me play my character. I don't want to drive around in some fucking rinky dinky fucking tank. I've heard some theories about them making Amonthul the last boss of the Last Titan, but I don't know. Well, the thing is, the fact they're calling it Last Titan, it speaks of bad things, because we know right now there's quite a lot of Titans still alive, because they were all there when they pulled Sargeras into his prison. If you remember seeing there were about 7 Titans. There were 3 to either side of Amonthul, and then Amonthul just goes, "Your crusade is over," and they leached him back into that prison, and then Illidan fucking activated his Wargleaves, and basically Illidan's basically become his jailer. But Illidan's back in Midnight because Metzen on an interview said, "What I shall say is, you are not prepared." That's Illidan's quote, his go-to line. So Illidan's going to come back to Azeroth. If he comes back, tells me something bad has happened to the Titans. Now bear in mind the big prophecy of World of Warcraft is, one of the big powers will destroy the other 5. We don't know who that power is. Everyone thought it could have been Disorder, with the Burning Legion, or it could be the Void with Dimensius, who destroys worlds. So I don't know personally, but it could also be light, because of being warned to be careful of the light. The light could ultimately end up being an enemy. Because what I look at is
Ouchie ouchie.
what I look at is this. That's the main map of the order of the galaxy of World of Warcraft. So you've got Light, Holy, the Naru, they're the big dicks over there. Life, Nature, Wild Gods, that's Elune. Disorder, Fel, Burning Legion. Order, Arcane, and the Titans. Now, it mentions Arcane, which is a type of mage, but Arcane apparently has got some really big hitters who are above the Titans. You've got Undead, Necromantic, and Death. That's like your Lich King, your Lich Lords, that sort of thing. But there are some big lords of Undead as well. And then you've got your Old Gods, the Void Lords, Shadow Void, and Shadow itself. So you've got these 6 big powers, and then you've got smaller ones like your Elemental Spirits, Ragnaros, Therazane, fucking hell, Alakir, and Neptulon. Emerald Dream, obviously, is, what's her name? Ysera. Shadowlands is where the afterlife is, where you go for all that sort of stuff. And that's protected by some really powerful beings as well. Decay and Spirit are opposing forces. But again, we don't know much about these, who rules these, but they're more of a minor power. They're like on par with the Elemental Lords. So it's interesting to think that one of these is going to either try and destroy the other 5 or succeed in destroying the other 5. Because let's just say, for example, it's Holy. If Holy destroy Life, Order, Shadow, Death, and Disorder, they're going to put the galaxy like out of balance. These forces have been around since the dawn of time. They're there for a reason. They all have a counter to each other. They have a balance. If you've got one overriding power that wins, whichever power it is, the universe falls out of balance. But then in that particular case then, are they going to be corrupted by their power? Because then they've no longer got any competition. Or will there be a way for us to re-emerge these other powers? Because even evil powers like these 3 generally are, Disorder, Death, and Shadow, are your ones that try and destroy things. These try and protect things. Even these have their place. Because if you got rid of all these and just had these 3, you'd still not have balance. That's kind of like your 4 horsemen coming in, like your Darksiders. The 4 horsemen, War, Famine, Pestilence, and Death, they are agents of balance. That's their primary consideration, is balance in the universe. If one side is winning by too big a margin, the 4 horsemen are called in and they level the playing field. They balance it back out. They'll just completely dick over one side and restore some more balance. So it can't fall too much out of whack. So I don't know what the ramifications of that could be. We're not going to find it in this expansion, but as you said, it's called the Last Titan. If the Titans get wiped out, then that's a big player on the universal scale that's been ordering and protecting planets gone. Think of them kind of like the Asgard from Stargate. The Asgard get wiped out, you've not got the Asgard there to keep the Garwold in check from taking over worlds. The Asgard, scare the shit out of the Garwold because technology is so much more advanced. If we lose the Titans, and bear in mind these are led by a fucking a corrupted Titan, what I'm more inclined to think is, if Amonful is going to be a dick, and we're going to have to kill him, we'd also have to kill Sargeras. Because Sargeras would have to die. Because technically he's still a Titan. But he's a corrupted Titan. So what I think might have happened is, Amonful's imprisoned Sargeras. Sargeras has escaped, and he's killed the other Titans. I think Sargeras is then going to make a play on Azeroth. Now bear in mind, Titans can change their size. Sargeras doesn't want to destroy Azeroth, he wants to conquer it. There's something on the planet that he wants. And maybe he found out by killing Titans that it's in Ulduar. So maybe that's where Sargeras is going to be the final boss of a raid. He's going to scale himself down to be like, you know, a Titan room-sized boss. And he's going to be the end boss, I think, of the raid of that expansion. He's going to be the big dick. That's what I think might happen. I've heard, I don't know about make Xel'Tath the boss expansion or in Midnight. She might be one in Midnight, or if not, she'll be one of the bosses in The Last Titan. But we know one of the bosses in The Last Titan is already been confirmed as Euridicron. So the other Primalist that wasn't killed, because one joined us, we killed 2 in Dragonflight, Euridicron, the most powerful of them, he's trying to kill the Titans in The Last Titan. So Euridicron is going to be probably an end boss, or a second to last boss. It might be you have Euridicron and then Xel'Tath in the same raid. And you might have the second to last and last boss. And I can see them both being pains in the ass as raid encounters. Are the Void Lords most powerful in the universe, but they can't enter our universe? Or our dimension, rather? No. The Void Lords are in our dimension, but if they get to your world, they destroy it. If you remember the Elementals, the Radiant song that we're hearing now, the same thing happened on their world. The Elemental guys, like Kyvessa, one of their planets was attacked by Dementius. He is a Void Lord, one of the primary Void Lords. And the Radiant song was being heard for months before he arrived. It was basically your planet freaking out. It's your planet trying to warn its, like, strongest protectors. Shit is coming our way. Prepare yourselves. So the planet's basically like asking for help. So this is Azeroth asking us for help, because I think Xel'Tath plans on opening a portal from the world Dementius is currently on to get here. Because while Dementius is a Void Lord, travelling through space would take him fucking thousands of years. He's not a spacecraft. So if Xel'Tath can open a portal big enough and powerful enough so he can walk through onto our world, that's kind of what he wants to do. But it's going to be difficult. Not 100% in with the lore of the game. I'm not 100% lore junkie, but it's what I learned from like watching some lore-based YouTube channels and reading some like lore stuff on like online. There's a lot more bigger lore nerds than me, but it does lead to some. Because what I look at it for is I look at it and think, right, who could potentially be our new raid bosses? Who's going to be our big dicks in the upcoming expansions? We know Euridicron's one. We know Xel'Tath's one. Either Amon'Thul or Sargeras could be one. Or maybe even Amon'Thul and Sargeras. Maybe Sargeras corrupts Amon'Thul. Makes a second corrupted titan. Maybe Sargeras and Amon'Thul kill all the other titans. And you've got not one but 2 corrupted titans. Who the fuck knows? The thing that baffles me is though, right, this is what gets me, is you've got demon hunters that are a night elf. They've accepted in some fell powers so they can temporarily metamorphosize into a demon. Obviously, Illidan's got it on a much bigger scale, so he's like permanently in his demon form. But others you can temporarily shift into a demon form and you can deal fell damage. He's basically treating demons like a forest fire. He's fighting fire with fire. Which is not always a bad idea, but in this case, the fell fire can corrupt. Some demon hunters have fallen to the corruption and then become an agent of disorder, an agent of the fell. If it can corrupt a fucking titan the size of a planet, how is it regular demon hunters can avoid being uncorrupted by it? I mean, how fucking weak-minded was Sargeras? He was supposed to be their primary warrior. How do you get corrupted by something like the Fel? How? It's like, what?
Sounds like a fucking moron.
It sounds like a weak-minded idiot. He might have been physically strong and tough, but mentally, he had the capacity of a child. It's like, well, how did you not resist it? We've got regular night elves that are mortal. Well, technically they're immortal because they're ageless, but they can be killed. And they're not the size of a fucking planet or the powers of a god, but they can resist a spell and you can't. What a fucking weak-minded fan he is.
Why am I Why am I on my fucking parachute?
You're in a parachute?
Yeah, I mean the Northrend, Solar Basin, and yeah.
Why are you in Northrend?
Because this quest led me here.
You might be in a parachute because Dalaran's not there anymore.
What do you mean? Dalaran is not there?
You know, the city that's been teleported?
Yeah.
So maybe it's gives you a parachute so you don't just fall to your death.
I mean, I took a fucking shortcut to Northrend, but yeah. From Tanaris to Northrend, there was a shortcut to get there.
Mm-hmm. I think the reason behind Sargeras taking over planets was the Void Lords don't corrupt all the planets in the universe. Well, no, example, we use Illyria. Illyria and Terrellian, they were fighting on that other world they got transported to. They'd been fighting there for over 1,000 years. Terrellian, because of how the felt energy works on a planet, how it shifts time, Terrellian's thousands of years old. So realistically, he should be like Yoda level experience in terms of combat. But yet when he went to go and hit Illidan, after he destroyed that Naru, he blocked his sword with his hand. It's like, what? His sword should have cut straight through his fucking hand. Should be able to block it. So to me, he might maybe be a good general tactic-wise or something, but he looks like a bit of a pussy in combat. I think we need Varian to step into a little bit of his dad's shoes, but a little bit of High Lord Tyrion forging. What I would like, really, is to see Varian have a quest line at some point, either this expansion or the next one, where Varian picks up the Ashbringer, and he becomes the most powerful paladin in existence. Because that would make him badass. Can you imagine Varian wielding Ashbringer? Forget his dad's sword. Ashbringer's unbreakable. It can kill anything. Especially demons and undead. It's bane to them. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I don't think you can necessarily kill the old gods. They could bring one of them back in, let's say, midnight. You're right in a way, the old gods don't die, but they don't go to the Shadowlands, because they're not a mortal creature. The old gods get locked in, for lack of a better word, kind of like a void storage. Because they basically had their physical form killed, but their god aspectral form still exists. It's the same if you probably kill a titan. It probably gets locked in the arcane vaults. Same with some of your gods like Elune. You probably can't kill Elune that easily. And Elune's much more powerful than her sister, which is the one who rules the fucking forest area in Shadowlands. Forgot her name. Probably the same with Sargeras. If you kill Sargeras or some of the big demon lords, they probably just get locked somewhere in Twisting Nether. Same with Dementius. Dementius is a Void Lord, so I'm not even sure if Dementius can be killed in a traditional sense. I think he'll just rebuild himself over thousands of years and eventually come back and be mightily pissed off. So it's kind of similar to the demons. When they die, they return to Twisting Nether. Have you ever played 40k or Warhammer Fantasy Blue? Nope. That was the best example I could have given you. Basically, demons in 40k and fantasy, they have something called the Realm of Chaos. Now, each god does have its own realm. You've got the Realm of Blood for Khorne, the Realm of Disease and Plagues for Nurgle, Realm of Magic for Tzeentch, the Realm of Pleasure and Torment for Slaanesh. But there's also an area called the Realm of Undivided. Undivided is where you worship all the four gods equally. They're not a demon bound to any one particular god. So like Chaos Furies. Chaos Furies are a undivided demon. But they'll basically pay homage to all four gods. They'll work in all four of their armies. demons in Warhammer Fantasy and 40k are truly immortal in the sense of they don't age. If they are killed, they return to, like, they call it the realm of chaos, and they recorporealize over years. Some of the really powerful demons, like your greater demons, your demon princes, they can recorporealize much quicker because they're more powerful. But it can still sometimes take hundreds of years, or at very least in the line of like several decades. And when they can come back, and then they've just got to find a way back into the mortal plane. Demon princes are unique in how they are, because demon princes start out as a mortal, so they still have a soul. Because they've got a soul, they can be tethered to the mortal plane wherever they go. Where your pure demons, even your greater demons, they need a source of chaotic energies nearby to maintain their physical form. Otherwise, they kind of like go incorporeal. They can pass through things. They can't like damage or interact with the real world. They're kind of like a ghost almost. So they need to have some sort of taint nearby, which I think is how some of the Burning Legion demons work. They're stronger if the planet is tainted with fell energies. If they're on a world that's purified by light, demons will be weak as fuck because they don't operate well in the light. The light is their they're anti. They hate the light.
This quest is
Warhammer Universe is such family-friendly place where everyone can have fun and ice cream every day. The thing is, Strafe, there probably are some worlds where you can do that, but as it says, the 41st millennia, there's nothing but war. Just the planets on the inner parts towards Terra that are really fucking safe, they never see those hardships. That's where all like the Council of Terra live and stuff like that. And you've got some of the most badass fucking space marines ever created. I mean, I think it's the Custodies or something. One of the types of space marine. They're that badass. One of them's never died in combat. They usually only send one space marine to go and like give a victory in an area of warfare if they send one out. And the victory's recorded before the space marine leaves the planet. Because they're that fucking monumentally badass. They don't get beaten. There was they sent out one guy, I've forgotten his name, and he had this golden flaming halberd, and they sent him to stop a splinter fleet from Hive Fleet Kraken, and it was literally single-handedly taking on 3 Hive Tyrants at the same time, and most Space Marines can't take on 1 Hive Tyrant. This guy's there dicking over 3. He's like, by the Emperor you shall be purged. It's like just dead. And the one just comes out and just bitch slaps it. Bear in mind he's the same size though as the Hive Tyrant. So he's like a 20-foot Space Marine. He's not your regular 10-foot guys. He's like double their size. He's gonna have arms like fucking tree trunks. It's heresy to even think a custodian could lose a mission. Yeah, the custodians don't lose. They don't. Because they've got some of the Emperor's gene seed in them. That's why they're so much bigger. They're bigger than chapter masters. The only ones that come close to the custodian, bigger than the custodians in size, are the Primarchs. The Primarchs obviously were the original brothers of the Emperor. So they're actually slightly bigger and probably stronger and tougher than the custodians. But the custodians are fucking... They're my favourite boys. They're monsters. They're like that secure in their martial prowess capabilities. Example is like when Vorian killed that fucking giant Fell Reaver, and he dropped down and just pulled his swords out and started fucking kicking demons' asses. If that had been a custodian, it'd have just run straight through the fucking demons and fucking cut Gul'dan in half. And he'd be like, for the Emperor. it'd have been over. Now, Vorian, to be fair, I think should have done that anyway. Vorian should have been standing over fucking Gul'dan's corpse and going like, for Azeroth! The fact they killed Vorian was such shit. It's like, why? You killed one of the best fucking characters in the fucking game. And he got sliced by a few fucking Felguard. And then got exploded by Gul'dan. I mean, Gul'dan of all warlocks. It's like, come on. Gul'dan is such a fucking fanny. I mean, Illidan killed Gul'dan twice. He died to trash mob. Well, he got stabbed to them. They didn't kill him. Gul'dan killed him. But they subdued him to the point. Now, don't get wrong. Obviously, Gul'dan just kept sending numbers at him. But the numbers of Felgod in front of him weren't limitless. So he could have fought through them. Vorin was trained in the fucking arena. He knew how to fight, even against numbers. He weren't going to lose that fight. Those demons had nothing on him. And with those 2 weapons that he wielded, I would never ever bet on them Felgard to beat Varian Rin. Varian was up there with like Anduin Lothar. Anduin Lothar were a fucking monster in combat. Only reason Anduin Lothar died, when he died, I think he died to, weren't Black-handed, other guy. When he died, he was really old. He was like in his late 60s. And because the orcs age much slower than we do, he got killed. I think it was Doomhammer that killed him. With Doomhammer. Doomhammer killed Anduin Lothar on the thing. If Anduin Lothar had been 15, 20 years younger, he'd have kicked fucking Doomhammer's arse up and down that mountain. He'd have had no chance. Anduin Lothar were a fucking beast. Absolute beast.
Ow.
What you done?
Ow. Ow.
What you done?
Hmm?
What you done?
What do you mean?
You're going, ow, ow, ow. I don't want to hear pain sounds coming from you.
Why?
Because I don't want to hear you in pain.
Okay.
It's not good to hear you in pain.
I did a wheel of death.
Oh, that actually makes me happy a little bit, to be fair with you. Because you took the mick out of mine. Son of a bitch. Huh?
Clue found. Clue found, clue found, clue found. Where are you at? Mauro, you fucking motherfucker. Where are you at?
Tell him. You fucking tell him, Matrix.
Mauro, I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. Where are you at?
I think with most people, when I say that I couldn't get behind the story of the Shadowlands,
Lost wish.
the thing is, the Shadowlands was a weird twist to take, and then it also was backed up by being the hardest raid expansion they've ever made. And now Metzen's back in creative control, you're never going to see a raid tier that hard ever again. Purely because they don't want the content to be that hard. Shadowlands drove people away from the game. He did the same thing when they unbalanced the fuck out of PvP in WoD. And 3.5 million people unsubscribed from World of Warcraft. Luckily, a lot of them came back for Legion, but a lot of people were not happy with WoD. I think even Cytrox quit, like, I think a couple of weeks into WoD. And Cytrox is a raider, and the raids apparently quite good in WoD, but he was not happy with Water Draenor. It was unplayable for the first, like, 3-4 weeks. You couldn't even get your quest mobs to spawn. Shadowlands was dookie. Shadowlands was a problem, it were. But what I like to take from that is some of the people that are in the guild now, myself, Matrix, Overlord, Wasser, Cytrox, Sol, Clicks, when Runts comes back, Runts, Jamie, these people that we've got, they've all done the trial by fire of playing through the first raid tier in that expansion, and you'll be stronger for it. Because like I said, now we're 8-manning the first 4 boss in Heroic. That would have been impossible in Shadowlands, in Nathria. You'd have tried that in Nathria, those bosses would have shit you out sideways. With 0 fucks given. They would have been incredibly hard to 8-man. You might have got away with the first one, as I said, maybe second, but I think you'd have been struggling. And the fact that you guys are now also doing it, Plu, like you with it, you're making it look easy. Making it look easy. And it's a good thing, because if you make it look easy now, what's it going to be like when we've got 10 active raiders? How much easier is that going to be? We're doing the raid at the moment, ultra fucking hard mode. If the raid was as hard as Shadowlands, we wouldn't have killed any bosses, I don't think. Maybe the first one, because Orgrax is a fucking fanny. But if he was as hard as Shriekwing, we might have had a bit more trouble. Because Shriekwing, although he was the weakest boss in that raid, he was still a lot fucking harder than Orgrax. And a lot harder than any of the 4 we've currently faced.
Bro, where the fuck is this NPC at? Eh?
What's around?
Hi, Jamie.
I'm fucking lost. Greetings, matters, where could you check in with Lush? Where the fuck is that guy then? Eh?
There's a deposit here.
Lush! That bastard! You know, fuck what? Fuck this quest. I'm doing the other one.
Fuck this quest.
I can't fucking find anything with this shit.
Dragonflight story just went in and out of my head. I didn't care at all. Dragonflight story was weird, is the thing. It was extremely weird. It didn't make a great deal of sense. Like, we're going to the afterlife. It was cool watching Sylvanas like put the Lich King's crown and then rip it in half. But I can't remember what's happened now. Did they restabilize? What?
Ripping the Lich King's crown of Shadowlands, not technically.
I didn't say Dragonflight, I said Shadowlands. I said, but watching her rip the Lich King's crown in half, watching her do that. I don't know what they've done now, though, with the undead in Northrend. Because, if you remember, Arthur's dad said there must always be a Lich King. Otherwise, the undead will basically run amok, they'll run out of control. And they're not soulful undead like the ones in Maldraxxus, that are the army and defender of the Shadowlands. They're a corrupting evil force that's been put onto a planet where they shouldn't exist. So did they create a new crown and appoint a new Lich King? Because if not, then those undead are going to become a problem in the future. Because they're going to have liches and death knights rise up that are corrupted to lead their ranks. And if they've got factories spewing out more and more undead, it's going to make it really hard for us to like deal with them. Just went in, didn't care at all. Can't remember anything from Dragonflight story. That was how memorable it was. I didn't play Dragonflight, and to be honest with you, I think I'm kind of glad. What the fuck in hell is a Cobus Shaper? What the fuck are these guys?
I personally like the Dragonflight story personally.
We'll call you a unique penny. I might even call you a pretty penny.
I didn't see anything wrong with it.
I mean, you're like a fucking blind motherfucker anyways, yeah, man.
What I'd probably suggest that you do as well, Jamie, have a watch of the raid with Kaivessa the other day so you get an idea what it looks like from our point of view. Because in that second phase, unless you've got instant casts and your pets, obviously, don't worry about doing damage. Just fucking dance your absolute tits off. Dance like you've never danced before. Speak to people like fucking Plu and Clicks. Ask them what they fucking thought of that fucking fight. You were doing a hell of a lot of dodging that second phase on Kaivessa. Shit comes at you that fast, you've got almost no fucking damage amp at all. Especially not if you're melee. Melee's got it really hard, because you can't even get to the boss. Unless you've got a ranged on it like melee, like Matrix's Paladin.
Oh, wow, I don't know.
No, like you told me the other night, like your Paladin's got like a bit of a yard range to his melee attacks, so you can actually hit the boss in the second phase.
Oh, yeah,
I haven't got that on my Demon Hunter, so I can't even hit the boss. If I try and get in range, I risk either getting hit by a pizza slice or getting hit by a line. And they come that fast, you're only there for a matter of seconds. You can't even hit the boss for a decent extent. It's not like you can put out your full rotation and like actually put some damage into the boss. All you're doing at the second phase is dodging. You're just staying alive.
Where is fucking Leroy Jenkins at? Leroy?
Leroy
Leroy?
Jenkins?
Where the fuck are you? Leroy!
The hell was that? I just hear someone screaming.
There you are.
That one disconcerting all.
Identify the shapeshifter. Ooh, very nice.
Oh, you're at that point.
Huh?
Oh, you're at that point. You're about to complete chapter 2 of the thing.
Oh, is he doing the thing, you know, is he?
I think.
Think about Leroy
chapter-
Jenkins is in the quest line. Why?
Well,
I think chapter 3 actually already started today because they have quests. They
no,
have
I
three
expect
quests
that
here.
it's gonna start tomorrow, or on the Wednesday after
Well,
reset.
they say that, but there's already a new quest in the event area, so.
But is it just one quest though? Maybe.
Normally it's one quest and it leads to another one, then another one.
That's what I mean though. But it might not. It might just be the starter quest to get you on the path, and then it won't lead to another one until reset. Because it makes sense it comes on the reset, unless they have a separate unlock phase, which is usually quite rare. Unless it's already been patched fully in, and they just
The reason
like unlocking
the
it
reason
whenever.
why I know it's a new quest because this quest was not here yesterday.
Jimmy really wants his motorcycle.
Oh, we're gonna beat someone. Beat someone ass. Come on. Chop chop. Where you going, bitch?
But this one came out just today, so there's no guide for it, so I actually have to figure this thing out by myself.
That's it. Make sure you read it carefully. If need be, look at maps and stuff if it mentions things. Ask people who've been playing the game a while, just in case.
I know what area of the map I am. I need to be in Valdoon.
Valdoon? Why have you got to go there?
That's where it takes you.
Okay, hell. That's taking you all over the fucking place, that is.
Man, the light. Oh, there you are. Hello. Well, goodbye to you, Mongoloid. What are you fucking cheering for, you fucking absolute fucking useless bastard? Detective Jones and his fucking hat.
What is it? Harrison Jones there?
Yeah.
His name is Detective Jones.
Oh, is it Detective Jones now? They've changed it, have they?
Spot the difference, complete quest, there you are.
Noah's final wishes were entrusted to a group of Portaka tribesmen.
Toy trouble. Oh boy, toy trouble.
Dragonflight zones remind me from Northrend. The tip spec, kill command, then barb... What? Kill command, then barber shot. Cobra shot is meh. Well, yeah, but Cobra shot's a spender. Barbed shot is a generator. So you can use this to a point, but you need to use this to generate focus. If you run out of focus, you can't use Cobra shot.
Operation Toy Rescue.
And you don't. If you've got loads of focus, you never want to overcap on your resource. If you overcap on your resource, it's DPS loss. And this has got only 2 stacks with a 16-second recharge. So you can't use this all the time. Cobra shot you can spam, and it's instant. So you have to use it. It's not a matter of, it's not, don't always hit as hard. You have to use it. Yeah, it does, yeah. I think I've got something for that one as well. Cobra shot. Just the cooldown of kill command by 1 second. So both of these do. Actually, that one doesn't, I don't think, does it? Unless you've spec'd into that one, I think. But Cobra shot, yeah, reduces the cooldown of kill command. So you use this to then get more of those, and that makes your pets hit really fucking hard. So you get to use more kill commands. Yeah, I said barbed shot is a generator, but cobra shot is a spender. Yeah, it's all well and good having these. These two here are generators. These are spenders, as well as your kill shot. But you can't just use your spenders. You can't just use your generators. You need to use your spenders as well. You have to use these. Although you class it as meh, you have to use it. Otherwise, you're just taking a DPS loss. You can't have this bar capped and not be using this. If this is on cooldown, you need to be spending more damage. See, Cobra Shot crit there for 210k. And edge. Ooh, my pet's almost dead as well, Jesus. Quick, get away. Good thing. Actually, this patrol's going to be a problem. I need to get rid of you. You're going to be away. Get lunched. Fucking hell, that cooldown's destructive. What the hell's making all that noise? Is that a bird? Freaking me out. Oh, bollocks. Oh, you oppressive bastard, it came back to me. He killed my pet! No! He killed Bosun. Oh, fuck.
I think a bit of right spot, maybe? It says to attack a tribe, and how to try to protect people.
Run your ass off. Still coming? Shit! Ah! There's got an aggro range for 10 miles! Are they still coming? Fucking, they finally gave up. Jesus Christ. Oh, my pet's dead, isn't he? Of course he is. Hunter is the only class I've never played at all. If you like playing under Holy DK Plu, is when I can tailor it to the most, or Demonology Warlock, you'll like Beastmaster Hunter, because they both basically deal damage around their pets.
Ooga booga booga.
Fake Death wasted time running that far. I didn't have Fake Death off cooldown mini. It was on cooldown at the time. If I'd have stayed still, I'd have died.
Ooga booga.
I forgot to heal my pet. See, you've got to make sure when your pet's in combat, when you're doing it solo, obviously you'll have this thing turned off. You just right click it and then it won't use it. But once it's got that little yellow dots flying around it, it's an active ability. You need to make sure you use mend pet every 10 seconds so you can heal your fucking pet up. And then if it gets really sketchy, use acceleration so you can keep the fucker alive. For some reason, the pets for Hunter aren't as durable as the Warlock's Voidwalker. Warlock's Voidwalker's a right tanky bastard.
Well, actually, what kind of pet are you using?
Well, technically it's not a tanking pet, it's a DPS pet. But still, it shouldn't be dying fast.
If it's not a tanking pet for Hunter, yeah, they're pets. They're dying relatively easily.
They shouldn't. No, that's not how they're supposed to work. Still leveling Hunter? I am, buddy, I am, Clicks. We're talking about you earlier on, buddy. Saying how well you and Plo have been doing in the raids. Well, because we've been doing those raids, fucking 8 people. You guys have been kicking ass. Because those first 4 bosses, while we can do them with 8 people, they shouldn't be doable with 8 people, really. Because they're like the last 4 bosses,
Ow.
they're not doable. But you were there, Clicks, for Nathria. In Nathria, we couldn't have done the first half of the raid in Nathria with 8 people. Would have been impossible. Some of the bosses maybe 2 of them, but definitely not the
Could
majority.
easily do that fucking 3-man boss.
3-man boss?
Yeah, that whatever the fucking that fight is called.
Oh, you mean council? Yeah, I think that's in the second half of the raid though.
I really enjoy that fucking fight.
That wouldn't be doable with
Show me left, show me right. What the?
It's not shammy left, it's shimmy. Not shammy.
Who the fucking cares? Same fucking shit, you have to fucking moron.
It's not. Because a shammy's a class.
I don't. No. Shut your fucking trap.
Some of them fights still give me PTSD. The thing is though, Clicks, buddy, you survived it. And you did trial by fire. And you're active. Which is 2 things we're looking for right now that you and Plo have got. Minnie's got as well. They're the things that we need. We need active players. So we can get that 10-player roster running. We get 10 players. It should be easier then when we start getting bosses down to maybe get our way towards 15. I don't think we'll be hitting Mythic this raid tier, I'll be honest with you. Purely because of lack of players. If we can get in 20 players towards Endrit, we can probably try first couple of bosses on Mythic or something. But we need them 20 players. But at the moment, it's not looking likely. I know there's still a lot left this raid tier. This raid tier is going to be ongoing until... Motherfucker. How do you keep dying, pet?
Oh, I see something. Hello. Ball of yarn. Very nice.
All of you on, what are you, a cat?
Nope. A ball of yarn.
This guy said a couple more I found the first part. A couple of tribes to the southeast. We'll have
Unity Square, huh? I'm going to Unity Square. Oh, shitsenduren. Oh.
I'm not the only one here doing this quest.
I'm
There's
surprised.
a fucking shit on the people here.
They're going to want it. That mount's going to be only while anniversary's up. You then might not
Where's
see it
the
again
cat
for a couple
lady?
of years.
What? It's a crazy cat lady here.
She actually left her hut.
Yeah.
I think we're all stuck at this one part.
Kenshi the cat, huh? Where you at, Kenshi? There you are.
Why did it click off the thing?
Give the ball of yarn to Kenshi. There you are. Return tomorrow outside the caverns of time. Good fucking lord. Fuck you, you absolute fucking mongoloid.
And Nola's last wish, you get it from that Draenei fucker in the middle.
Yep.
That's the one I'm doing right now.
Yeah. Ball of fucking yarn.
Well, two or three mark to GPS. I'm working on it, Clicks, buddy. I'm working on it. I mean, right now. I'll show you.
Bro, we're fucking losing fucking players left and fucking left and right all the
Oh,
time.
fuck. We lost 2 that are inactive as fuck. They're not. One had been to a raid for 1 pull and got a headache. One had not even been to a raid. I won't call those active players. They weren't worth anything anyway. So I've got all 3 websites up here. You can see 2 of them there. I've got them all up. There's the 3rd one. I'm keeping an eye on them right now.
I just wanna raid it again.
So do I, buddy. So do I. And I'm working on it. I am working on it.
Oh god, this hunter has 2 freaking 2-headed fucking dogs, white dogs.
Yeah, the core hounds. I've got a core hound. I've got a very rare core hound.
There.
Do you have any quests for me? No? Alright. Oh! I got mounted.
You got mounted? They mounted you?
Yeah.
So someone's riding you around like a mount?
Yeah.
Got Matrix on all fours?
If you go to that Dread Eye fucker, you should have Nola's last wish.
Yeah, that is a side quest, by the way, Jamie.
Oh, it wasn't there yesterday, so.
Yeah, it's a side quest. You don't really need to do it. Doesn't that? I mean that shit doesn't account for that quest, by the way. So, I mean it's like up to you if you wanna do it or not. I'm not even gonna do it because it's a side quest. Doesn't give anything.
That's got a lot of fucking health.
The toy thief. Oh, good joy. Toy thief discovered. Oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, I'm working on it, Clixy, but if you, Plu, any of you are out and about and you see somebody who's guildless, or even if somebody is in a guild and you think they might want to join, if you get along with them, if you've got a good rapport, you think they might be an active player or at least a nice person, ask them, see if they want to join a guild. Tell them about the guild, let them know what days we raid and what times we raid. You know, if they do, just get them to apply or get them to whisper me or one of officers. Because all the information, I'm assuming you guys can see it on your end. If you click on info, all the guild info is right here. So, like, don't hand out the Discord, obviously, to somebody that's not a guildie. But, like, you can tell them the raid days and times. Because it's important, obviously, that they can raid when we raid. As long as they can do that, it's great. Give me 2 or 3 more Plus and Clixers, and we'll be great. We just need some more active DPSs. That's all we need. I mean, we technically have got another DPS with Jamie now. Jamie's going to DPS for us, but then I need to keep an eye on tanking side because Minnie's got a job, so Minnie can't always be there now. And then Transit's obviously got his Mythic Raiding Guild that he's with, which is his priority. So I need to look at tanking as well. I messaged some tanks the other night. And I really don't want to go back to tanking. I think I've kind of out-tanked myself after Nathria. I've been tanking that many fucking years, I think it's time I took a break from tanking and just did some DPS.
You can go heal as well. There's an option for you, Spec.
What's that, buddy?
Go heal.
I don't want to heal. I just don't want to tank. I don't want to. I've never wanted to heal. That's never been a desire of mine. But I've tanked that long. I think I now want to try a DPS from a raid from the DPS side of things. And so far, I'm enjoying it. I am enjoying it. It means I get to see the mechanics that I sometimes don't have to deal with, because raid mechanics, tanks don't always have to deal with raid mechanics. Sometimes they do, or some of them, but not always. Tanks usually just have their own tank mechanic. Not all the mechanics will apply. It's like when you get the white webs on Rashinan, or the green circles Rashinan. I don't think tanks get those. I'm not sure if tanks get the waves of acid either. They're all done by the healers and DPS, so they don't really have those mechanics to deal with. Friday, Sunday is super fine for me. Monday is 50-50. Right, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's better that you can do 2 out of 3 at least, same as Jamie. But when it's a tanking point of view, we need 3 out of 3, realistically. Obviously, we'll do what we can for the meantime. If need be, I'll just get Matrix tank on Mondays until I can find another active tank. Matrix has got his gear for it. He's got a fucking. Have you seen Matrix's fucking shield? Matrix, you on your paladin now?
Yeah.
Link your fucking shield in guild chat. Look at this fucking shield that he got fucking crafted. I said to him, get yourself like a 580 shield. What does he go and get? A fucking 636 shield. He went fucking to, like, best you could fucking get. Look at that fucking piece of gear. Fucking crap. 70,610 block. What? If I'd have had that in fucking, like, Vanilla or Burning Crusade, I'd never been hit by a boss. They'd have all been blocks. What's up? What? What's the matter with you?
You liking my equip effect on it?
Ooh, fucking hell, what's this song about? Your damage responsibility have a chance to deal 101,000 damage to your target. The magic skull chosen is based upon your selection of socketed Khazar gems. Fucking hell. So they hit you and you can hit them for 100k in the face? Jesus, that's fucking pretty fucking good. I like that. That'll give you some threat as well. If they just take a 100k hit to the fucking face. And see, that's something that he can have as a paladin tank. You can have that as a warrior tank. You can't have that as any other tank in the game. Unless you can have that on a weapon. If that's for shields only, that's a real good advantage to fucking having that. Because it depends upon how much is procs. So if that procs a lot, that's going to account for a fair bit of fucking threat on the boss. Maybe some damage to some degree. I suppose it depends. Do you think that damage can crit?
Zero clue, to be honest with you. No idea.
If it can crit, that could be monstrous. Off to work for me, so have fun with the stream. Have a good one, minibuddy. Take care of you, son. Have a good shift. Hope it goes well for you.
Bye.
I'll probably be on when you get back anyway.
Not gonna miss you.
We are. Love our mini.
I am not.
I think both prospects actually feel like tanks because they use a shield. I'm the same way, Plo. I prefer having a tank with a shield personally. I do. But I've looked at both Prop Paladin and Prop Warrior. They've got far too many abilities for me. Far too many now. The Prop Warrior had quite a few in Shadowlands, but it was manageable. The Prop Paladin was really good, because Prop Paladin had probably as many abilities as Ret, maybe a bit less. So Prop Paladin was really simple to play in Shadowlands. Where now it's got more than 24 abilities, it's just too much. I don't want that many abilities.
Hey, Spec.
Yo.
Your hunter, what level number character will that make you?
4, 5,
Number 7.
6. Number 6.
Close.
6. Be number 6.
I was fucking close.
The only thing that I might do is in the next expansion, I'll level the 4 I've got, my Warrior, Demon Hunter, Paladin, and Death Knight. Level my Hunter, and I think instead of leveling my Warlock, I'll level my Shadow Priest.
Oh, once it hits a new expansion, a new level cap happens, I'm just gonna level every level 80 I have again.
I'm not leveling them all, it's too many. Because I don't play them all. So, I don't care about leveling them all. I personally have no interest in tanking. It's completely fine, buddy. As I said, I would never ask someone to do a role they don't want to do. All the thing I do ask is if you are a tank or a healer, that you have a DPS spec or a DPS ult. Because I can't always guarantee that you can heal. Like, if we get an abundance of healers in the guild, I can't take fucking 5 healers if we've got 15 people. I can maybe take 4, but I can't take 5. So then somebody's going to have to come on either a DPS ult or just change their spec to a DPS spec. So like, say it's a druid. Druid can go boomkin. And you can keep the same gear that you've got on and just go boomkin. I do think Blood DK is cool because you can heal yourself as well. You can, but Blood DK actually gets hurt quite a lot. And because of these people, the guy who sold Rashanan, you're probably going to see the Blood DKs getting nerfs in the near future, as well as Paladins getting nerfed to the damage. Because Prop Paladins at the moment are critting for more damage than the Ret Paladins. Prop Paladins can get 6.2 million crits, where Ret Paladins are struggling to get like 4.5 million. So it's bad when the tank can out DPS the DPS spec of the same class. That's not how tanking should work at all. Blizzard have got that really fucking backwards. What's up, man? Oh, can you hear Matrix? You like Matrix, don't you? You do, yeah. She likes Matrix. She wants to cuddle Matrix.
No, you don't.
Yeah, she does.
No one loves me.
This one does. This cat does. As soon as it's only when you start talking, she can hear your voice. She's like, "Is that Matrix? I can hear him." And they keep shouting, "Misty."
No. I haven't done anything. Nope, wasn't me.
She'll cuddle you and pad you, and she'll claw that living fuck out of you with them claws,
No
because they're sharp as
thanks.
fuck.
No thanks.
But she's lovely. She gives good bumpsies.
Hey, what? What happened?
She gives good bumpsies.
Interesting. Very interesting.
She's lovely. She's just very small and very noisy.
Yeah.
Rock Bottom Inn. What a fucking name. What are you yelling at me for, woman?
I'm not your woman.
Not you, the bloody cat.
Ah.
You got two cats as well. What are your cat's called, Blue?
No. Maybe.
Huh?
Ricky numbers.
Huh?
Pekka and Luna. Pekka and Luna. They're unusual names, I like that.
I have a cat. One of my cats are named Luna.
You got a cat called Luna as well?
Yeah.
Must be a popular cat name. Pekka is black and Luna is white. Really?
That's the
You're
opposite.
a cat.
Freaking Luna is black for mine.
Tirakai, huh? Let's go to Tirakai!
I've got two other pets. One's a shadow, and one's like a little leech. One's called Jamie. He's my little leech. Fosma ever goes, he's like my brother that sticks to me. And then I've got a shadow called Matrix. And we're kind of like almost like three people in one. We're like triple threat. See,
I will do more than that.
I know. You think two cats? I got 10. I got 10.
Ah, she's awake, sleepyhead. Darling, I thought you wanted to get up at 11. I think you failed quite drastically. Enjoy your sleep, though. Look at Fat Boy here. See Fat Boy? Bring him in. Bring him in. This is Bilbo. That's Big Bilbo. As you can see, he is quite a large kitty compared to the tiny one that I normally have on my knee.
And he really wants to get down.
He does. He doesn't like being picked up very much.
We did
He'll let you do it. He won't claw you.
He's a fat cat.
He is a
That's
very
why.
fat cat. He is a huge cat.
Fucking Lawrence.
It's not as big as the baby kitten that my mum had. My mum had got a Maine Coon, or half Maine Coon, and that cat was 6 months old and bigger than Bilbo. I was like, what? I'm like, this is a kitten? I'm like, just because it's like a fucking fully grown, it'd be like size of a pissing dog.
Well, that's one of the cats we have.
It's because Maine Coons are a forest cat, so they normally hunt like small mammals, so they've got to be quite sizable.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, they're big cats, lovely. What the fuck? Oh shit, that thing got huge. I just turned a bat into a chicken.
Maine Coons, at least mine makes a good cuddle buddy.
What the actual fuck is this?
What? Send me a screenshot.
It's a fucking toy pile!
It's a what?
Oh yeah, you found the toy pile.
You
A
fucking
toy
waste.
pile?
Yeah!
We're out the missing toy. The toy piece.
Jesus! F Christ, this is something else.
Doing the last quest of chapter 2.
Why is there a
This
giant
is,
toy pile?
Because a dog's been stealing a bunch of toys.
A bunch? Well, that sounds like quite a lot.
Yeah, it's.
I'll send you a
bunch
pic.
is, overstatement.
Luna means moon in Latin, but Peck is just regular Finnish name. Oh no, Luna's about the moon, yeah. Moon of the tides. Absolutely. Love the name though.
Send you a pic, Spec.
Send me a pic. Okay, let's have a look. Jesus wept. Look at that.
Yeah.
That is a large toy pile. How long's that dog been collecting toys for? Fucking Christ, he's been at that a while.
Yeah.
Been into the tiny toy pyramid.
Yeah.
Yeah, freaking.
Useless fucking dog.
Oh, so mean.
I got nothing
Stop
else to really
stealing
do
the
on
shit then, you absolute fucking mongoloid.
I got nothing else to really do on my warlock until the vault.
Don't do anything in your warlock. That's why you've got your ults. You've got loads of ults. What is your, after your warlock, what's your second DPS character you want to play?
My evoker.
Oh, good lord, not
You've
Evoker.
got a DPS evoker?
Yeah.
What is that, like devastation or augmentation?
Or Preparation.
Well, no, because preservation is heal, you tard.
Nah, you don't.
I will try a preservation at one point.
Really? You're going to try healing?
The only thing about preservation is that it relies on people actually being in groups in front of me.
Yeah, they've got to play off of that, though. Or you've got to make sure that your team knows to, like, group up and stuff for your heals. In most cases,
Yeah,
it should be okay. But what is it you plan on playing with this DPS? Org or devastation?
I'm trying Og, but if I have to and I don't jam with Og, I can just go devastation.
Alright, okay. Well, then what I'd do is focus on gearing that one up. If you've got your warlock done, get him into delves and start him gearing. Get him geared. Because to be fair with you, an augmentation evoker in the raids could be really useful, could be really good, and that one you aren't going to worry about your damage. Because you don't get targeted on damage as an augmentation evoker. You're just boosting other people's. Because half your DPS will come from other people that you buff. So if your DPS is, say, like the level of the tanks, that's what your DPS is supposed to be as an augmentation evoker. You're not supposed to be much higher than the tanks. You might be a little bit higher, but not by much. Because half your damage isn't from you. So that's another good learning spec to like get into raiding, because you haven't even really got to do that kind of good damage really. All you've got to do is stay alive and just buff people and debuff bosses. It's a support class. That's what it's supposed to be. You can't judge a support class like you would do like a basic DPS spec. But having one of those in the raid, that could dial all of our DPS up. Because you could like buff Matrix, buff me, buff Plu, buff Transit, buff Clicks.
I might want to go Devastation for Delves though, wouldn't I? Or can I do Aug as
No, you can do Aug. Just obviously make sure that you've got a brand healing you. Your DPS won't be amazing, but what you can always do is try it. See how long it takes you to clear a delve. If you think it's a bit slow for your liking, then go Devastation for the delve. But you're going to need to practice your augmentation rotation. Because I didn't do it with Odd Knight. Odd Knight's doing augmentation, but Odd Knight's not that active or able to be on as much. Odd Knight's got responsibilities over on Final Fantasy. So if you want to try Aug, you can try Aug and see how it goes. If it's a little bit on the slow side, wait until you get more gear. Because you've got quite a high level Bran, so you're okay there. Or if need be, I'll come with you. I'll come with you and you can buff me. And then you can try your buff rotations on me.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing 24 tier 8 delves a week. Because I've got to do 8 on my Hunter, 8 on my Repod, and 8 on my Demon Hunter.
Right now I got, for the abilities on my bar, I got Blistering Scales, Breath of Beyond, that's the passive, Ebon Might.
What's up with you? Give me a second. Org felt weird to play since it's really a support spec. It is. What I would say Org is really good for, it's somebody that wants to go into a raid, don't want a tank, doesn't really want to heal, but wants to support the DPS without being like singled out for doing low DPS. So somebody who wants that sort of role, augmentation's perfect for you. Because I'm not going to lecture an augmentation on doing low damage, because that's not their role's responsibility really. They are technically classed as DPS, but half of your damage is from other players. So it's who you buff and how often you can keep up your rotation of buffing them. Because some of your buffs only last like 10 or 15 seconds. So you've got to keep rotating your buffs on them people. Obviously if someone dies, you can't buff that player, so you've got to then buff somebody else. So augmentation's got a little bit of work doing the rotation, but you've not got responsibility of being like ridiculed on the DPS meters, because you don't work that way. You're there to just support everyone else. you make the healers, tanks, and DPS's job easier based on who you're buffing. That's why most raids usually, in like Mythic, will take 2 augmentation evokers. One will support some of the DPS and maybe some of the healing. One will support the tanks and some of the healing, or tanks and some of the DPS. They usually split the responsibilities between the 2 of them, and they'll buff varying groups of people. And just so you're aware with these, yeah, last got fed at 2, that's on my stream, so I'll get fed in at 6. So, 10, 2, 6, and then 10 o'clock at night. So you might be getting fed a bit early tonight. What's up with you? What, he's trying to stroke his bum? Oh no. Oh, don't have it here. I run Rachel Mark today.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she is, yeah. She took her first walk out bed in 4 days. She's a lot of painkillers, obviously. But she's took a walk around.
Christy, we're
And
talking.
And she's they'll allow me to go home today. But I'm not loves it. So he's lovely as a little lad. I goes good. I told him I liked his name. I told him where I'd heard the name before, on a computer name. And I told him what you can do for him for Christmas with your friends, and he goes, oh, that sounds really nice.
Darling, that meant to be a surprise, you dickhead.
No!
Darling, that was literally meant to be a surprise.
No, it's because they don't know, and they were asking us what we're for Christmas, and I said, I don't really know. And I said, no one's got little things planned with the photos and nice French shoes, because that's lovely. Don't tell me more.
Darling, it was just a little thing, that's all.
And he broke it this morning.
Fuck's sake.
Shit.
Can you give her some milk or something, please?
Yeah, apparently the reason they had to do it as well, Luca was struggling to get oxygen down the umbilical cord. The umbilical cord was a bit short, so he was struggling to breathe. So the doctor afterwards came up to them and said, you read the call on it as parents. He said, if you hadn't read the call on it, it was within an hour or 2 weeks I read the call myself.
No. What are you doing? You meant to put fucking water in it.
I don't put water in it, don't put water in it, she still drinks it. There's no difference, I'm going to hurt her.
You need more fucking hydration in there. You don't just give them straight milk.
I do. What does that do? For a coffee?
Yeah.
Can you quiet for a bit? That ease to get a rest. Sure, quite a vocal as well. There's a couple.
Hello. Hey, Willard.
Apparently, Linder doesn't have access to this Discord.
I do not.
Oh, I know. Actually, he does. Weird. He wasn't sure. He's sitting all alone in the other top lobby. 1 second. Back in a second.
Alright.
Back again.
Alright.
Oh, what you up to?
During my evoker right now.
I'm trying to come up with a good name for a death knight.
Fucking
I thought
hell.
about going
That cat is
Christmassy and
only
call it-
quiet when she's got bloody food or milk.
I thought about going Christmassy and calling it Jack Frost.
You are? Was that Wassa?
We don't give our cats milk.
Is it Wassa?
Well, it would have to be a special type of milk if it's a cat milk.
What happened to
Think
Matrix?
of it at human milk.
What happened to May of Tricks?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't get. Yeah. I just don't give my cats milk in general.
It's good for them. They're fine mix. Most of the stuff in milk is just. It's fine the way that
but
we
you
have it.
think, the problem is if you give them human milk, it's not really that great for their for their digestive tract.
No, they're fine with it. Can have it. We've given it to cats for fucking years. You can get cat milk that's got some bit better stuff in it, but it's only for like kittens and the developing sort of shit.
Because even the vets here recommended not giving them milk at all.
Human milk isn't safe for kittens, nor is cow milk, because surprisingly enough, cats are actually lactose intolerant. You can give them lactose-free milk.
They'll be fine. I've had cats my entire life, and believe me, we've never had any problems down to them drinking
Of
bloody
course,
milk.
when I searched that up, the first thing that the first question someone's asked on one of those forums is, can kittens drink human breast milk? For some strange reason was the first.
Yeah, because that's weird. Fucking freak, that is.
Even our vet says they don't recommend giving our cats milk, so we just don't.
It's probably not recommended in some cases, but
Well,
it doesn't
actually,
hurt them.
In America, that's completely understandable because of all the additives they probably put into
Well,
their
probably that
milk
as well,
there.
yeah. We don't have that over here. And we only get filtered milk anyway. So ours, if anything, has got all the shit taken out of it.
Yep. Oh, how many American franchises are going to open up in Northern Ireland? I finally got my wish. The next takeaway place that's got opening in Northern Ireland is a White Castle.
Jimmy might get transferred as a manager.
I don't work at White Castle.
Oh, you don't? Where'd you work now?
I work at Wendy's.
Got one of those over here.
It begins with a W when it sells fucking burgers. I mean, Jesus.
We also have one of those over here as well.
Wendy's.
Yep. Okay.
And Wendy's, they're not. They're all owned by different people, different franchises.
It's a franchise, yes.
Yeah, you have the main Wendy's company, but they're all owned by different franchisees.
It's the same as McDonald's.
How evil.
What high level is this? This one, it's not high. This is one of my characters I'm leveling still.
Oh, I could.
This is
make someone
527.
I can turn a light forward. I find that quite funny. You can make a light forged Draenei who's a Death Knight. Talk about
That's a bit weird.
afflicting.
I'm leveling him. He's level 78, almost 79. And then I've got his game to home stretch, and then I can start giving him... You haven't finished normal? What, you mean my hunter? He's not level 80. I need some more quests.
Ooh, that was a nice crit with my poker. For what gear it is.
Have you used the Time Walk XP buff? Yeah, I used it on my first few characters, but I've already got 5 level 80s, so I get 25% from my warband, and then I've still got the 10% from the anniversary. I don't need any more. And no, with if you mean the normal raid, we've finished the normal raid, we just haven't finished it in the guild. It's just because we're still rebuilding the guild from Shadowlands. So we're trying to get 10 active raiders. So we've been 8 manning the first 4 bosses on heroic. So we're doing it ultra difficult mode. So we've been killing the first 4 in heroic fairly easily. So we're done with 8 people. We do it. You can't do Ovinax or Kaivesa though with 8 people. You need 10 for that, definitely. You might be able to do it with 9, but I think it'd still be a bit of a stretch. Plus also the bosses don't gain any more health if you get to 10 people. So we're just going to gain more damage and the boss isn't going to get any tougher. So,
Okay.
and we got Kaivesa to 51% health the other day with 8 people. So we should be fine. We just need some more active DPSs. Surprisingly, at the moment, it's hard to find active DPS. There's lots of DPS out there, but not many that are fucking active. And there's a lot of guild hoppers that have got the loyalty of a fucking Skaven from Warhammer. Most disloyal creatures in fucking existence. That's all we're doing. We're just rebuilding. Rebuilding a guild is always tricky and hard because a lot of us haven't played since Shadowlands, so we're just getting it all back together. It'll take a little bit of time, but we'll get there. Getting curve in this expansion is going to be no problem because this is a joke compared to Nathria. I couldn't have done half the bosses in Nathria with 8 people. Some of those would have been impossible.
Interesting.
My DPS Warlock and my healer friend has more trouble finding a guild than me. Your healer friend has difficulty finding a guild? Why is that? Made you quit in Shadowlands? Just general lack of interest or something? It were a mix of things. Some drama had gone off, but that was for different reasons. But also I was burnt out. The main thing for me were, the reason we raid like the times we do now, where we raid earlier, is I was coming home from work. I'd finish work at 8 o'clock. I'd get home about 9. I had to get home, cook food, eat the food, jump online for 10 o'clock to stream and raid. And we raided from 10 until 2 o'clock in the morning. I was completely knackered, buddy. I burnt the candle at both ends. And then I was literally finishing the raid and going to sleep to go back to work the next day for the same thing. I was just wiped out. I had no time for anything in between. But at that point, I was only just streaming on Twitch. Right now, I'm not on Twitch anymore. I'm just doing YouTube. A lot of guilds have tanks and healers. If there's an active healer who wants a raiding guild, he can fucking apply to us if he wants. We'll take him. We need active players. I don't mind what spec he plays, he can play whatever he wants. As long as he knows what he's doing, I don't give a shit. Because we've got people in the guild that are mythic raiders. We've got mythic raiders, we've got cutting edge players. We've got, I think, 4 or 5 mythic raiders in the guild. So we've got the people with skill that know what they're doing. We got ahead of the curve in Nathria. And fucking hell, heroic side in Nathria's way harder than Ansarek. Way, way harder.
Got my Evoker 533. Woo.
Yeah, it was a matter of just burning myself out for the guild a little bit, and I probably shouldn't have done it, in all honesty. I was just burning myself out with it. It was a bad idea. When I found one, it got denied like 2-3 times, where as I had free choice. It's weird that you get free choice as a DPS, but then again, maybe a lot of guilds are missing DPS. Maybe that's a common thing. I mean, most of the guild, Casper, is built from my my YouTube subscribers anyway. The people who've supported me for a lot of years, from YouTube to Twitch and then back to YouTube. Yeah. So a lot of them are people part of the community. As well. They did, yeah. They bought me the expansion and a year's game time between like 4 different people. I always wanted to return to World of Warcraft. I didn't really have the time or money for it at the thingy. So I've just tried to make room into my schedule where I can. I have decent parsers. It's not that easy to gear as DPS. Sounds like a fun guild. We don't do parsers here. We don't need parsers. Any experienced guild. You might get rated that way in some mythic guild. Experienced guild will tell you don't need parsers. That's it's people who are nitpicking on really elite minimal things. But an experienced raid leader you will not look at parsers. You don't care. Because end of the day, unless you are hitting the enrage timer on a boss, most enrage timers, apart from Kaivessa, which is a DPS race, are pretty fair. You'll kill the boss anyway. And in most cases, an enrage timer isn't always an instant kill. So you don't need to worry about like your ability to kill a boss by parsers. Parsers are a snapshot of your skill, they're not the true idea. What I like more is people who can do mechanics correctly and not wipe themselves or the raid. That's more important to me. And parsers don't show that. It's all about how fast you can prog. It's all about how fast you can prog if you're in like the top 100 guilds. If you're not in the top 100 guilds, don't worry about it. Would not worry about it at all. It's completely irrelevant to you. Unless you're trying to do like race the world first, and 99.9% of people are never going to be doing that level. 1, because they're not good enough, and 2, you haven't got the time. People who do race the world first stuff, they do this shit fucking 6-7 days a week. I haven't got the time to do 6-7 days a week. I've got a girlfriend, I do my YouTubing full time, I've got other responsibilities. Like I'm saying, fast learners is parsers. Not really. I mean, we had people who are fast learners in the guilds I've been in the past before parsers were even a thing. Before that even came around. All parsers show you is like how much healing you did per second or how much damage you did per second on a boss fight. And then there's some roles in raids you won't even use parsers. You don't use parsers for tanks because it's irrelevant. You don't use parsers for augmentation evokers because it's irrelevant. They're there to like augment your raid, supplement your raid. And your tank's there to make sure that the boss can turn around and twat one of your DPSs in the face for like 9 million damage. Are you in chat still, Plu? Because I looked at one of your questions earlier and I forgot to answer it for you. You there? You said earlier on about how we got Kaivessa to 51% with 8 people. I said to you before, the spooks, the guild, excel at single target boss fights, which majority of boss fights in most raids are. So single target boss fights are our speciality. They're like our bread and butter. We have no problem with those fights. We do those fights generally very, very quickly. What can bother us is the complex shit all over the place fights. Like you can get a bit with Sulcan Core, a bit with Ovinax. Ovinax is going to be a bit of an issue. I can settle on taking a few pulls. But in terms of Ansrek, we haven't actually pulled Ansrek yet. We've not done any pulls on Ansrek. We know the fight. We just haven't pulled Ansrek as a guild because we haven't had enough people. We need 10 people so we can pull and kill the bitch. Because killing on normal should be fairly easy. And then we just basically start progging the second half of Heroic, which shouldn't be too problematic. This raid's been really easy by compared to Nathria. Shouldn't be a problem. My guilders have got it down. They know what they're doing. What the fuck? Let me kill this thing. Oh, I've got to kill him. I've got to kill it first, then I can recruit him. Alright. Herb. Oh, no, don't. Why is always when I'm herbing, things attack me? Annoying bastard. I've got a response from the guilds I applied to before you reached out. As a game buddy, it's some guilds respond quickly, some guilds won't respond at all. It depends. I mean, obviously we had them 2 people in guild the other day. They were here less than 24 hours. You know, they're not the kind of people you want in your guild. They've got no longevity to them, no drive, no substance. Guild hoppers generally don't get very far, so they usually end up guilders for long periods of time. And then, if they do get into a guild but they're hopping around too much, you get a reputation on your server. We had one really prolific guild hopper in Lich King, and he was that bad he had to migrate servers because nobody would recruit him, because he just went from guild to guild to guild to try and get like one boss ahead in progression. And it was like, really? That's where you like base your shit on? Is that an alt or is that a new player?
That is my ult.
Actually, it's your alt, innit? You can fill the information yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Get that guy. Well, as I said, Blue, you're welcome here, buddy. You can play whatever you want as well. Like, some guilds will be really, really specific on what specs they want on a fight, because they think it might make it easier. In some cases it might, but like if you even go by like your best players at World, like I said, I was in Max's stream a bit back, and he said every spec in raiding is viable from day one. Every single spec. If you've got players that are good enough to play it at that level, every spec is viable. There's no meta in raiding. There's a meta in Mythic Plus, there's no meta in raiding. In raiding you can play whatever the hell you want. If the people are good enough that are playing it, that's all you need. That's why I'm not worried about things like passes and things like that. You're never going to see me come to you and go, Blue, you've got green passes. You know, we might need to make it a blue pass. If we're killing the boss, why do I care? Why would I care? I don't give a shit. As long as the boss is dying and people are getting loot and enjoying themselves, couldn't care less. Because you get your pass pushers. The thing with passes as well, it's very biased, because you can have people who might go into a raid and they might get PI, they might get buffed by augmentation evokers to shit, and they're going to probably pass really fucking high. Now you can see they've been buffed by an augmentation or a PI, but they're still going to make their passes better than what they're capable of without themselves. Where if they didn't have the PI and the augmentation, they might be a couple of grades below what they normally be at. They might be getting that just to get those higher tier passes. Only reason you want passes is to try and maybe broadcast it to a Mythic Raiding Guild. But most Mythic Raiding Guilds won't care about your bosses too much. They'll care about your experience on a boss and if you can pump. Because most Mythic Raiding Guilds will invite you and they'll put you on as a trial and they'll say, right, come to a raid, and they'll see how good your DPS is in that raid. If your DPS or your healing is good in that raid, they might consider making you a full guild member. If your DPS and your healing sucks ass, they don't give a fuck about your passes. Because they know that you can't play at that level. You can't do the mechanics and keep people alive or do damage. You get found out very quickly. That's why I don't care about passes. You can spot a good or bad player in your raid just by using your fucking eyes. I mean, look at me. I play the game with 0 add-ons. Other day, whilst was talking to me about like the dodging mechanics on, you know, the second phase on Kaivessa, I was dodging more mechanics than anyone else in the raid. I dodged 150 million damage by just not being in mechanics. I just look at what's going on the screen. If I see something I'm not supposed to be studying, I move. I'm fucking out of there.
The only time I've ever stood in shit that I'm not supposed to is when I realise that there's a bloody achievement for it.
Yeah, but if you do that on a prog boss, I'd kick your ass.
Well, to be honest, the entire guild got it once on Deathwing.
If the guild gets it and it's something by mistake or something like that, different story. But I mean, if you stood in something and then it gets you killed and potentially costs us the kill on that boss and it's our first kill, I would not be happy with you. An achievement like that you can always go for when we've got it on farm. And you can be like, oh, Spec, can we do this? And I'll be like, yeah, fuck it, let's all just do it. But when it's our first kill, fuck no. Save that shit, the gimmick achievements, when we've actually fucking got the bastard down. I think that one guy got a headache and left because our raid wasn't going super smooth. Whatever else expectations might have had, kind of spineless. The thing is, people like that play as well, the people that I don't have any time for. That's why I made him a new guildie rank. Everyone that comes in is a new guildie rank until they prove me differently. When people are active like you are, they're showing up, they're enthusiastic, you know your class, you know, there's classes that you want to play that you enjoy playing, go for it. Like, if you want to play your Frostspec with 2 1-unders, play it with 2 1-unders. If you can make it work, buddy, I don't mind. As long as we're not, like, dying on certain bosses to, like, lack of DPS, but even then I can't put all that on one player. That's on all the DPS collectively. It's not down to one particular player, it's down to everyone. But if, like, let's say you've got 1 or 2 players that are below the tanks and near the healers in damage, then they've got a drastic problem. I mean, as long as I'm not griefing the raid, that's what I mean. Like, it might be unintentional griefing, but like, as long as you're not doing like worse damage than the tanks, you're going to be fine for the most part of it. I generally, my rule of thumb is, same with healers, I always go down to enjoyment for people in the guild, how much to enjoy playing that spec, and then performance later. Performance is if there's a problem. Like example, I don't know shit all about healing. If there's a healing problem, I go to Wassa. Wassa's my like healing officer. He knows his healing stuff. Now, he only really knows Paladin, but he knows what to look for in a bad healer, as well as a good healer. One thing Wassa told me were, even a fresh level 80 healer can heal 500k HPS. So 500k healing per second. Said any fresh dinged level 80 healer can heal that. So if somebody's below that number and they've got better gear, I know they've probably got a problem with their healing. We haven't got that. Overlord and Wassa can both pull in 6, 7, 800k healing. So we're completely fine. He solid healed heroic for the first 4 bosses. You know, so we haven't got issues. If we had issues and he couldn't keep up, we'd have never got them bosses down. And if he's healing by himself with 8 people, that's really 3 more people than you should be healing as a healer. It's doable, it can be done obviously, but probably not the easiest thing to do. But I know how to play off of Overlord. Overlord's told me it's better if we stay in the area near him. So what I do is, we group up near him. We group up near Overlord, he keeps you alive. Simple as that. If you work with your healer and not against them, don't expect a healer to be where you are. Like other day when I died to that bomb on Kaivessa. I died to the bomb, I was ticking down, but I had to wait for the bomb to go off so the orbs didn't go through the raid. But I died because I was out of range of the healers. That's not the healer's fault, that's my fault. So now I've got to move a bit closer, while still keeping the bomb out of range of the raid so you don't get caught by the orbs and die. So I just got to adjust. I had to adjust my movement and bring myself a little bit forward. And I can always spot a good player as well when they admit they've made a mistake. There's nothing wrong with admitting you've made a mistake. The people who never admit they've made a mistake or like to pass it on to other people, that's the sign of a bad player. Because they're being straight away deceptive. And they're not admitting the problem. If you admit your mistakes, I respect you for it. And it's a matter of just learning from your mistakes. That's it. I'm not going to lecture you. Not like you're a bank fucking buying a mortgage off me. You've missed payments. We now own your soul.
We have been trying to contact you about your recent car insurance.
Please dial 7 to speak to a non-automated voice.
Last time somebody got a call about car insurance, I just said, bitch, I don't have a car.
Yeah, I had a person, Jamie, a few weeks back say, hi there, we heard you in a car accident last year. I'm like, was I? And they're like, this is what we've got here on our records. I'm like, well, I don't drive. And the phone hung up straight away. Because the cold calling, hoping that I'll go, oh yeah, it was this. And then they get you into a conversation. If I don't fucking drive, am I in a car accident? What did happen to my bus run over someone that was riding in? That's not my fucking problem. That's the bus driver's problem. And the bus company's problem.
Over here, our bank provides us with we've got a leaflet that gives us an account number and sort code, so anytime a fraudulent thing comes through, we have to give them that thing, and they can track who the fraud is from that.
That was really insightful information, Overlord. That was almost on point. I'll give you props. Bless him.
They think you're getting money and they're not.
Also semi-new to the game myself, so I think I'm doing alright myself. You're doing really good, Plu. You're doing really good. You've got good attitude, you're active, and to be fair with you, I'm not being funny, if I was playing the game at the level you're playing at now, I wouldn't have been anywhere near as good as you when I first started playing the game. Now, I started playing back in vanilla. Everyone back then were fucking ultra noobs, but I still wouldn't do it as well as what you're doing now, buddy. So, definitely give you a pat on the back. That's from me to you as me starting out when I started playing the game. You're doing better than I did. Can we think people actually makes it even harder to do good healing numbers? I know it does. Not enough to heal. I know, Wassa. But at the end of the day, Wassa, you are keeping us alive. And it also, as we've said, I've identified a few issues that are down to us not having 10 people. Like some of the mechanics on some of the bosses. Like, example is, I'll throw some examples at you. Orvinax and Silken Court. Orvinax and Silken Court, some problems we're going to have is Silken Court when you've got the mobs that fixate onto your character. We need to kill the fixate mobs faster, but they need to be dragged under the boss, but we need to kill them faster. We probably need to target them in some cases and just DPS them down, because when we've got a small raid, if you've got 3 or 4 people fixated, they can't do the web. So somebody that's not tanking and not fixated has to do the web. So if we've got 3 fixate and 2 tanks, that's half of a 10-person raid that can't do the webs. When we've only got 8 people, that leaves 3 people to do the webs. That makes it almost impossible. So it's going to be really hard to get them on the opposite side of that charge line and do the web. It makes it really difficult. So Silken Court becomes easier with more people, not harder. Ovinax. Ovinax, when you've got the white circles where you've got to run out of the raid and then get dispelled or use a unsnare ability, you've got 2 people running out Healers can maybe run out and still heal from where they are, but if you get 2 melee DPS running out, they can't do damage. They're not going to be in range to do damage. So you've got 2 less people doing damage on the mobs and on the boss. And melee generally has more cleave than range. So you've got a lot less of that happening. So depending on who gets those white circles, can be a problem. Tanks have got to pick up both spiders really fast. If you don't pick up the spiders fast and somebody procs an AoE on the spider, they'll one-shot a healer or DPS. Like, fucking outright. They delete your ass. I got hit by that one spider for like 5.5 million. I've only got 5 million health on my main. I ain't surviving that shit. So there's some bosses that are going to get easier with more people in the raid. Doing it like we are doing 8 people. I mean, I'm surprised we can take the first half of the raid with 8 people. That's how much of a joke these bosses are. I try to keep an optimistic attitude because I myself don't want to hear any of the Doomers shit, so I don't act like one. Of course, I can't do that always. No, if you've got like a legitimate concern, though, Plu, obviously, you know, raise your concern to an officer or message me directly. Obviously, we know we can clear the first 4 bosses on Heroic with 8 people, even 7 people. With 7 man the first boss. So, we can kill those bosses with 7-8 people. If I can work and try and get us a couple more DPS between now and Friday, we should be okay for doing the second half for it. But what my plan is, to try and clear the first 4 on Friday, and maybe do some practice on Kivessa if we have 10 people. If we don't have 10 people, I'm not going to bother wasting your guys' time. We'll go and clear the first 4, but we'll not do practice on Kivessa, because we can't kill Kivessa with less than 10 people. We need 10 people, because we've got to do a third of a health in each phase 1. So there's 3 phase 1s in that fight. We've got to do a third of a health in every single phase of that, because in the second phase you're not going to get out much damage, because all you're doing is dodging those overlapping mechanics really fast. But the second phase is much shorter than the first phase. The first phase is a lot longer, and you guys did really well on the mechanics. Once you know what the mechanics were, you guys made very little mistakes. Really good. What the hell? Just trying to be more positive than negative in general. It's always good to be more positive, buddy. I mean, if you've got any concerns at all, as I said, just message me on Officer and speak out with one of those if you've got any concerns. But I don't think we've got any issues like that at the moment in this. We haven't got any particular problems. All the thing I've got at the moment, I'll be honest with you, Plu, is this. We've got 5 new guildies. Shunna's been to 1 raid. And... oh god, it was the other guy, the one that came to the raid and then got a headache. These other 5 haven't been to a raid yet. Now this one is sick. I've spoke to her. He's away on holiday. This guy's wife is sick, is looking after her. So the only one I've not spoke to yet is EMZ. But at the moment we've got a bunch of new guildies, but they're not very active. Or they've got something going on, like they're not well. If they're not well, you know, nobody likes to be sick, you can't plan for it. If they're sick, they're sick. Or if his wife's sick and he's got to take care of her, she's on bed rest. You know, it is what it is. One guy's on holiday, you know, people are entitled to go on holiday. You know, when you go on holiday, it's usually for a week or 2. But we'll see. I mean, I was looking through some of the guild listings last night. If we can get some of the old guild members back, we'll be fine. Because some of them, like, show you some like, skilled pumpers. One on these. Prevail were a fucking... Control C were good. Prevail He's an absolute animal on his enhancement shaman. Lincoln, fucking Christ. Lincoln on his I didn't see him on his demon hunter, but on his regular hunter, Lincoln were a beast. Absolute beast. Brad, that weren't his main. His main was a druid, but Brad were a good fucking healer on his druid, his resto druid. We've got some really good players that kind of stopped playing when the guild did. But if we can get some of these people back, if they come back onto World of Warcraft, they're really good, really active players. Fucking Lincoln, the damage you were putting out. Lincoln once ripped aggro from me and Psychox on Heroic Sludge Fist, and that shouldn't even be possible in Nathria, because you just got aggro instantly. Lincoln could pump that hard. It was doing ridiculous damage on pull. Ridiculous damage. Although Hunter back then was also overtuned to fuck, because there were quite a lot of people playing Hunter. On raid I haven't been to the normal one since I had IRL stuff to deal with. Other than that, yeah, been to every single one. Yeah, buddy, yeah. You're active as fuck, I love it. Give me 2 more like you, Plu, and we're sorted. That sorts us out for our 10-man, and then we can start progging Heroic, start killing Heroic, get ahead of the curve, which we'll get anyway this raid tier. And we can start getting the ball rolling. At least you know you're in a nice guild that appreciates you. It's casual enough where you ain't got to worry about being there for every fucking raid. And you can play whatever spec you want. You ain't got to worry about going into a guild that you don't know. People don't know you. Might ridicule you. Might be one of these guilds that goes, oh, well, your parsers aren't very good. I don't care about your parsers. I don't care at all. I care that you're a good player and you're active. And you're a good player and you're active. Our damage is good enough. If we did 51% on Heroic Kybessa with 4 DPS, bear in mind we had 2 tanks, 2 healers. So we had 4 DPS. They're going to count for the bulk of that damage. We did 49% of the boss's health with 4 people. We increase that to 6 people. That's a dead boss. We can kill that boss. If we get through the phases clean with nobody dying, or not too many people dying, we can kill that boss. Absolutely. That is a dead boss. Gonna clone myself and we're good to go. I will even pay for the cloning program clue. I've one play in each. They start lecturing each other, going, I'm doing better this space than you. And no, you're not. Yes, you are. Like the rogue takes over on single target and the DK takes over on fucking cleave. Can you imagine having that, like, if you had like an identical twin or something, and one of the twins dies to like a mechanic, and other one's fucking laughing at his other twin. Be like, you shit you are, you fucking noob. You got caught in a mechanic. And while he's laughing, he then gets caught by a mechanic, and he's like, you were saying. That'd be some funny shit. I'd love to watch that. We should do a TV show of like a raiding guild for World of Warcraft, and fucking just how slapstick some of them can be. That'd be like Ready Player One stuff for me. I'd fucking watch the shit out of that. Excuse me. Excuse me. What? Oh, presumptuous. What are you doing up here? Hey. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, bumpsy. Bit forceful there. Like a bugger. What are you doing? Smutty. What are you up to? What are you up to? What are you doing? What's this random tail that I've got here, this thing? What is it? What's up? You want to be a fucking hand again? You're a bugger for it, aren't you? A little bugger. Now what I need is more quests. Need more quests.
Maximus, Maximus.
Well, I just need to this level. I'm level 79. I just need to get to 80 and then my leveling's done. I ain't gonna level rest at fucking expansion. I ain't gonna level till midnight, and then at midnight I'm just gonna level, I think I'll probably level 5. I might do 6, I might level my Shadow Priest. Because Shadow Priest will probably be simpler to play than Warlock. It's got way less abilities. See, like, I'll show you this now. I mean, it's not fully flushed out with its abilities. Oh, fuck, don't land outside of that. Nope, keep away from her. This one's got 24 abilities, essentially. You've got your Hunter's Mark, which is raid buff. You can apply that and have it on your bars. You've got a trinket. Right. Take a look at this fucking shit. It's fucking weird. I don't know how the hell this works with some classes. Mommy, kitty, what you doing? Huh? These big cuddles that you love. Huh? What are you doing? What are we doing? Oh, oopsies. What's up?
Right, I'm going to head off because I'm about to fall asleep again.
Go for it. Stop tiring yourself out, Overlord. You're psycho.
Oh, I'm tiring myself out because I'm doing cleaning in the flat, so decided to scrub down my computer desk.
Go and get some rest. What are you doing, eh? What's it you doing? What? What's up? You're affectionate little fiend, aren't you? You. Huh? Can also tickets about to load in. Jesus. Speed up, Blizzard, and your shitty servers. So this is Ruo. This is my Tauren Shadow Priest. Got no idea what's a Tauren, don't ask me. But I'm looking at core rotation on this, and then I've looked at core abilities. Now, obviously, I can't see hero talents yet, but looking at abilities, you've got passives there. There's an ability there if you need it, but I don't think you will. I don't think you'll need Halo either, that's more of a healing thing. You've got one of these here, you probably want one of these. You might take that, maybe, I don't know. And then over here, I believe was there one more or not? No, these are all passives. These are all passives. It's all passives. So there's like 2 more abilities. You've got basically a 7-button rotation. These won't all appear to be generators because they all generate insanity. That's your spender, your devouring plague, and then you've also got Shadow Word Death for your execute. Shadow Word Death you've got to be careful of because if you don't kill your target, you take 5% health damage. So you've got to be really careful using that fucking thing. If you use that on a raid boss, you're just going to take yourself 5% damage. 5% damage might not sound like a lot, but on Kivessa that could get you fucking killed. If your health's already low. But this hasn't got a lot of abilities. Especially considering you've got war stops like a racial. There's not a whole lot to this. You might have maybe 2 more here. Trinket, game of the one. You know, it's not bad. It's not as low as the Demon Hunter or Ret Paladin, but it's not bad for a caster. Linked some stuff to do in my first year rather than 7 or 8 months. Linked some stuff. What, on Discord? In the guild. Let me just check on it. Complete all 3 awakened raids on normal difficulty or higher in drag. Well, I don't know what awakened is. What is awakened? What does that mean? Major Sil, that's good. You got your curve, I see. Heroic Awakened Shadows. That one as well. I'm not sure what Awakened is. It was like a buff version of the Dragonflight raids in the last season. A buffed version. Why a buffed version? Because didn't the Awakened raids come out after the actual raid season had finished, like get cutting edge and stuff? So why would they want to bring out a harder raid? That seems kind of weird. You don't think you wouldn't think guild would have time to complete it if it's buffed and it's harder, especially if you can't get cutting edge for it. What are you doing, eh? What's up? What's up, look at this? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hmm? Let me go down here and get this. It wasn't necessarily harder, it was just more HP and such. But that was compensated with the gear and level increase. Right, okay. Can I just for them to not release another raid tier after a Major Sil, but just like a random season before the War Within? Maybe they didn't really plan on it. It sounded like Dragonflight wasn't very planned very well. It was kind of like thrown together. So maybe it's that. I mean, things that we did as a guild, because I had to form this guild very, very quickly towards the tail end of BFA, because it's when we came back, so we were all coming back for Shadowlands, essentially. But we didn't have a guild, so I made the guild, and it was formed from my YouTube followers and subscribers. Well, now it's obviously my Twitch followers and subscribers, and now it's my YouTube subscribers and members. Things that we did together, we did these. So we did Halls of defeating the N'Zoth in the Waking City, defeat the fallen bosses in Eternal Palace. We did all these essentially, I think. Yeah, I like that dragon fight, Vexion. That was a good fight. I like that. Grand Reception, Desire Law. Mithrax and Gahoon. So we did all these in normal and then went into heroic on thingy, but I don't think we got heroic done before Shadowlands came out. We did some of them, we didn't do all of them. Does it show it somewhere? I don't know where it is. Necrotic Wake? No. Is there not a thing for it? It should be a separate achievement, right? I wonder if it's under ahead of the curve. Because that won't show up though, will it? I don't know what that is. But there was then we did Nathria. We did that in heroic and normal. So we got both of them. Oh, it compiles them together on there. So we got those done. We were preparing to try and build up the guild to go into Mythic. But that's when all that shit went down. And obviously I was getting burnt out. But yeah, we did good. They did good on that raid tier, they really did. And then we're back now, and where we're at so far. We've got half the heroic done, and basically every boss apart from Ansrek. Ansrek we've not even pulled yet though. So it's not like we can't do her, we just haven't had the people to pull her. Once we've got people to pull her, we'll kill her very quickly. Social cues, it says talk to him. Alright, okay. There we go. Literally, for my first expansion, literally ever, it was alright, I guess. I don't have much to say about it. The thing I've always said myself, unless you're doing like your solo content, Plu, it's always better in a guild where you enjoy playing with the people. That's my personal experience. When you're in a guild where it feels a bit oppressive, or you feel like you're being judged like every fucking raid, always feels worse than being in a guild that's just, they treat you like a person, not like a statistic. I'd been in a guild before, as an officer. This was before Mythic came out. This was heroic raiding. But I was doing the PvP side of things. But obviously I could see all the officer notes and stuff. And the officers would get together and talk and whatnot. Officer chats and officer on like a Discord stuff. We were Discord at the time or something else. And they'd get together and talk. And they'd put numbers in people's officer notes. And at first I was like, what are these? And I spoke to other officers. Exalt, they're not few to worry about it because they basically were rating people from 1 through to 3 to say how good they are on the raid. I goes, what does that even mean? And I goes like, well, 1 means they're really good, they're like a top tier player. 2, they're like mid tier, they're okay, and 3, they're kind of shit. And I'm like, but how do you rate like tanks on that or whatever? I'm like, because they don't even have DPS. He goes, well, tanks we generally don't, as long as they do mechanics right. Like, if they're not doing mechanics right or people are ripping threat off them, then obviously we can rate them down. And it's like, but it's more for healers and DPS. And they were rating people with this number system that nobody knew about other than the officers. And I thought, that's so bad. It's like, you're a 1, you're a 2, you're a 3. And it'd be like, okay. And then if somebody came online, because the guild had like 40 people in it, and somebody came online to raid, and they were, say, a 2, they'd take that person over somebody who was a 3. And you basically just come online for the raid and then find out you can't raid because they class you as inferior to somebody else. I hate that, me. I hate that sort of system. Pugdog Dragonflight raids on heroic except Vault of Incarnates. Love getting graded as a player. Yeah, it's bad. And the thing is, it's like what Matrix said, right? One of Matrix's mythic guilds Matrix was in. He's in a mythic raiding guild, and they were aiming for cutting edge. And they got to last boss, weren't going to get cutting edge, so they Guildmaster and the 2 main officers left the guild, got cutting edge with another guild, and then came back and were basically spamming their achievement in the guild chat. Because they still had alts that were in the guild, they just left on the main characters. And it's like, that's horrible. You can't leave to go to another guild to get your achievement and then come back and flaunt it. It's like, because that saying, alright, they got it, it's basically, it tears down all your guild members. You can't go and do that, that's horrible. If I was in a guild that did that, I would leave that guild the same second they did that. I wouldn't be staying there. I would never treat anyone like that. That's fucking horrible thing to do. That's a big fuck you to all the players in the guild. Yeah, it is, yeah. That's like saying, look, us 3 were good enough to get cutting edge with some better players from a better guild, but you guys aren't good enough. You managed to get all but 1, but you're not good enough to get the last one. It's like, that's so bad. So bad. I'd be scraping someone? Also, hello, what's scraping someone? What the hell does that mean? Oh, have I got to use it on these fucking things? Use it on those. Scrapping. Oh, right, okay. No, it won't be a scrapping thing, Brett. Just obviously, if someone treats you like that, you just... They shouldn't treat people like that. Because they were treating people like a number and not a name. That's why I like to try and associate a name with someone like Plu. I call him Plu. But obviously, his name in the guild's different. And you've got names for different for each character. But usually you have one like name you can associate them with. And I can associate with that name. I like to get to know people's names. Establishes good rapport. You know, you treat them like a person. Not like a statistic. It's the right way to do things. What I look at is as well, right? Is why is it every raid tier, every single one, why is it a lot of raiding guilds disband and then reform at the start of the next tier under either the same name or different name? Why is it they reform? Because everyone's there for their cutting edge achievement or whatever it is, and they don't like the officers or the guild master. They're just there to get their achievement. When they've got it, that's it, they're gone. They don't want to stay there. We want guilds where we can stick together through it all. Well, guild, we just called each other by our real names. I think I already told you that. Yeah, that's it. Well, you can know real names as well. Like, my real name's Paul. You can call me Paul, call me Spec, call me Spectre, whatever you want to call me. You know, with that sort of stuff. It's fairly simple. I call Brett because obviously, you know, I know him as his real name. I don't call him by his character name in game. It's completely fine. Call him whatever think it'll be easy for you to remember. They associate with. Although it's always weird at one point when your girlfriend calls you by your YouTube name and calls me Spectre. At one point, that happened. What the hell is this? Whoa. Oh shit. just sometimes as well when it's like when people are like very like, I think like Was mentioned something called raid logging. People just log on just to raid, don't like log on the days in between and do stuff for each other, talk in guild chat or whatever. It's very impersonal sometimes. That's the thing is some guilds have, and that's what you get in a lot of mythic raiding guilds. Because when they're not raiding, those players generally aren't even on board of Warcraft, or if they are, they're an alt in the guild. Because what got me the other day were I messaged one guy. He's below us in progress. He's got 3 out of 8 heroic on his character. But his main is supposedly 4 out of 8 mythic. I couldn't find his main, so he might have been talking out of his ass. But he had supposedly a main who was 4 out of 8 mythic. But he's like, oh, you're not really that far along because I'm looking for a head of the curve gold. I'm like, why are you looking for a head of the curve when you've only got 3 out of 8 heroic? I'm like, you don't even have it yourself. You don't bring much of the party. He goes, oh, I do on my main though. I goes, but what you're saying there is you want to get carried to your curve on this character. Which all that says to me is, if he, let's assume he has got 4 out of 8 mythic on his main, all that tells me is he's a lazy player. Because he wants to get carried on his ult. He can't be asked to try and get it himself. So he's looking for a guild that can carry him to 8 out of 8 heroic. It's straight away, it puts a bad vibe on you. And it's like, well, that's a bad attitude. Because that means you don't want to put in any sort of legwork, so you class it as beneath you. But you want to get your curve on your ult, and you don't want a raiding guild that isn't already getting curve. It's like, what? It's like, so why would a head of the curve guild want you? I think some people, for lack of better words, just think too highly of themselves. And they need to come back down to earth and remember they're not like fucking a king or a queen at royal pissing family. And even then, they're still just a human being. They're no better than the rest of us. They're just richer. Some people have a really skewed look on things on World of Warcraft. I mean, those kinds of players most likely aren't going to get into, let's say, Hall of Fame guilds because they just don't fit into those for one reason or another. Well, it's like what Max said. Max said players who were extremely arrogant or out for their own self, or like parse lords who want to chase parses, they won't make it in Hall of Fame or World First guilds, at least not for any period of time, because they get fished out. Because players who are really arrogant and condescending, people in the guild won't like you. They kick you out. You've got to be a professional, not just in your skill, but in your behaviour. You can't be lacking in one or the other. You've got to be both. Players at that level are your most elite players in the world. Now, some of them might be the odd arrogant pricks, but the vast majority of those guilds will have players that are, for the most part, being a professional, because they have the capability to where they can push towards being world first raiders in the future, or even get recruited by a world first raiding guild, because they have the ability to do it. If they have the time and want to do it, obviously. Wish I could be a bit more like that. Think of myself as shit at everything. You want to think of yourself as you're shit at everything? Why be, man? What about? Brett's not a bad player. Brett has been away from the game longer than some of the rest of us, but he's quite a competent druid player. He's probably more than a bit rusty. Is the only thing that Brett's got. He's probably just a bit rusty. but he's in no way a bad player. But he's also got a kid. You know, he has got real world priorities that aren't World of Warcraft. Jesus. That were spicy. It's a big spitter. No, he killed the spitter. I know stuff should always be your first priority over a game. I agree completely. And see, that's the differences as well. A lot of these players in these World First guilds, Plu, and these Hall of Fame guilds, they raid 4, 5, 6 days a week. And they won't do 2 or 3 hour raids. They'll be doing 6, 7, 8 hour raids sometimes. You know, one guild I checked out, right? They raid from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till midnight. 5 days a week. I'm not fucking spending that amount of time in a raid. Fucking bollocks to that. I've got a fucking girlfriend, I've got a life. That's a big spider on fucking ceiling. Oh! Shit. Guess you could put it like I have time, but not time for that. No. Now don't get me wrong. There are some guilds pull out there that can make it while doing it part time. Like you might have heard of in the past a guild called BDG, which was like Big Dumb Gaming or something. They were like at one point the ranked 3rd guild in the world. And they were raiding only, I think it was 4 days a week. I think it was 4 days a week, but they were doing 4 hours, I think, per raid. And they were keeping, oh, that thing's huge. Oh, what the fuck is that thing? Oh, that was big. Is that still up there? Hello? Where'd it go? Oh no, it's moved. I hate it when spiders move. Oh, that's creeping my arachnophobia right out. The liver. No big spider, no big spider, no big spider. What the fuck? They did disband, you're right, they did disband. But they disbanded. They had a lot of incredibly skilled players to keep up with the likes of Echo and Liquid. But they were a part-time raiding guild. So in some cases, you could achieve Hall of Fame or even, you know, head for some world first kills while in a part-time guild. But you've got to have attained the level of skill that those players had before they got there. And they knew they couldn't really compete at world first level because they didn't have enough time. They couldn't raid 7 days a week like Echo and Liquid do, which gives them a sizable advantage. If BDG were able to raid 6 days a week, they'd be world first raiders over Echo and Liquid. They'd have been beating both of them. Their players were really good. So some of their players, because they have now gone to like Hall of Fame guilds because of how skilled they are, but they can't raid more than like 4 days a week. they've got their own life commitments like Brett's got. I'm getting there. I think it was 516k DPS last delve. I started getting the rotation back down. Good. That's plenty, man. It's plenty. And then you're playing Moonkin as well. Moonkin's got a lot of dots from its Starfire and shit. That's what I remember. So, you know, fucking blow away with it, buddy. End of the day, it's better as well, probably better that you Raiders DPS. Because if it comes down to that we lose you midway through a raid, we can afford to lose a DPS when we get above 10 players. Where losing a healer would be more detrimental. So the fact you can't play it as much, it'll probably be better for you as well as us that you play DPS rather than healer. Because healers, if we say we get 14 people and we've got 3 healers, we're probably going to need that third healer. If we lose that third healer, the raid's probably over. Where if we lose a DPS, we can still stay in the raid and do it with that third healer that we've got. You know, I didn't play back. There was a girl called Paragon. Oh, Paragon, yeah, were a big name back in the day. What the hell does that do? Oh, right, okay. Jishara should have nightmare making a brood of monsters while she stays out of reach. The horror is ancient and beyond us, but we can still make her pay. Pull hard on that web strand if you need to, and deal with whatever comes. Well, escape after some justice is had. God, oh fuck me, that's a big spider. That thing's big. I don't like it. Scalpel of Jishra? It moved. I don't like. It's really big. Let me get the fuck out of here. I'm not fighting that thing. Oh, nope. I wonder if that's going to be a raid boss in the future. Do not like that. Get me the fuck... How do I get out of here? Get me out of here. This place is a nightmare. Man's made Silithid fucking things and Silithus. The tunnels of pain and death. The oldest trick in the scroll. The old, really drunken dead night elf trick. He's moving that way. He's moving that way. Do 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 do. And exit stage right. Flee! Out of that place. That was one really, really big fucking spider. And I see that thing has got more creep factor than Ansarek. Ansarek has 0 creep factor. That thing was big. That's the kind of bosses they should have had in the fucking raid. Called Paragon, Pride of Finland back then. I don't even know if anyone here even cares about the game. Back in Wrath and Cataclysm, I think. Hard to find Finnish players, but I guess was more popular in the early years. Not that it matters, because it doesn't matter where you are as long as I can understand what you're saying. That's it, buddy. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you get along with the people you're with. I know Paragon adds some internal struggles as well, because a lot of the players, one of the things they do say is don't always completely guild people from the same country. They had a lot of internal struggles, but Paragon, I think, were the exception, because they did have a lot of fun IRL with each other as well. It was just they couldn't put in as much time as like the likes at the time of like Method, what's it now, like Echo Liquid, and they didn't have the sponsors to keep up. And then when things came in like weak auras are what basically lost to squads like Paragon, because it trivializes the game and some of the mechanics. Add-ons just need fucking taken out of the game. Then it'll show you how good players really are. I would love for them to do a world first reward for the raiding guilds, where they go back through the raid with no add-ons, no weak auras, nothing, and see how well they do without them. At that point, they probably got it on farm, so it'll probably be quite a bit easier for them. So they might still be able to do it. But I would love it if that was at the start progression, if they did it without them. That'd be really fucking good. Because let's see how many fucking pulls it takes them to kill a boss then. Raiding scene was also just a lot of different back then compared to now. It were as well, like obviously the race to like world first then wasn't official, like formalised with a name. It was just guilds competing for the world, for the ranking on like Blizzard's forums, Blizzard like Blizzard's network. This is in something. Have I got to go back in fucking there? Are you kidding me? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Why have I got to come back in this nightmarish fucking place? Yeah. Albert got eaten. They ate the Forsaken. I don't know what they actually ate, because technically as a Forsaken he's already dead. Oh shit, I pressed D by mistake. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, come on. Whew. Further we can get, further we can get. Peg, leggy. Three, 2, 1. Ha! I love Fiend Death. Regarding what you said before about WoW having an aging player base, I agree, because like I'm a young buck, I'm only 22 years old, and most players I've talked to are quite a bit older than me. That's it, true. It's true, buddy. You've got to think, WoW's been out 20 years. When it came out, you were 2 years old. Which is scary to think of. But it needs to appeal to people like you, Plu. You are the future of World of Warcraft. Because if they make the game too complex, or too meta-driven, too add-on driven and unfriendly, they're going to lose people like you, who are the future of the game. If they can't draw you people in, when the aging player base starts to retire, die off, just stop playing the game in general, could be health issues, could be life issues, could be anything, they're not going to have a player base to sustain the game. So they've got to simplify the game and make it more appealing to younger people. And that's why I think Game Pass is, at this point, an absolute, like, a must-have. Bringing it onto console and more people have got more accessibility to it, where you can have it for the price of your Game Pass. It's also good for us as the gamers, because it means if we've got the Game Pass to play World of Warcraft, you can have access to all the Game Pass games as well. You can get all those games in there for free. You get the Game Pass discount, so you can buy games at a discounted price. So you get a lot of advantages by being on Game Pass. Lots of people think it's weird for a rather young person to play this game, which I don't really understand myself. I don't think the age you are really matters to the game in an extent. It's because a lot of people, probably even a bit younger than you, Plu, to be fair, like your Call of Duty. They like your Fortnite. They like your simple first and third person shooter games. And because they like those types of games, going from those to World of Warcraft doesn't translate at all. One, you've got to pay for it, like a subscription, not just buying the game like you would do Call of Duty, or free to play like Fortnite. It's got a complex learning curve. Regardless what class you play, it plays well different to any of those games. You've got more than like 4 or 5 buttons for every single class. So you've got a lot more to like get invested in. If you play one of the more complex classes, it's even worse. Even worse. It's not a rewarding game. It can be really rewarding, and you can meet a lot of friends throughout it. Like, I've known Matrix probably 7 years, and I met him through Twitch and World of Warcraft. I mean, while it isn't really a quick, fast action past game compared to, let's say, COD or Fortnite, it's a slower game. It's a slower game, and you've got to think these days, people like that fast dopamine hit. They want to get into a game, kill some people, get out, go into the next game. When you've got to spend months in a raid tier, grinding your gear, leveling your characters, getting the required experience to, like, be able to do the raids, to, like, get into a pug raid or to join a guild. You know, it's difficult for a lot of those types of people to translate it as a game. They like those simple, fast-paced games where there's not much effort into it. You play like Call of Duty, even at the highest level, right? You've probably got 4 or 5 buttons. You've got your sprint, crouch, melee. You can, obviously when you crouch, you can go prone as well, so you can drop shot, and then you've probably got your grenade and maybe one other function. You might have 5, maybe 6 buttons. There's no class on this game anywhere near that simple. And the 2 primary buttons are your left and right on your mouse, which I'm holding down now to move, but on Call of Duty, that would be your aim and shoot. And it's your ability to have your hand-to-eye coordination. If your hand-to-eye coordination is good in those types of games, that's where you'll succeed more than you'll fail. That's where the skill aspect of those comes in. These, it's some hand-to-eye coordination with your ability to avoid mechanics on bosses and things like that, and in Mythic Plus. But it's how to gel your rotation together to output the damage or healing required, or to keep threat as a tank. All that piles on top. For some of those players, it's like, oh, it's too complex. I'm a League of Legends player. I can't press more than 3 buttons. You know, it's too much. Not that League doesn't have its skill as well, and League, obviously, its difficulties in PvP, but by how many abilities you have on League compared to World of Warcraft, not even close. League has 4 buttons per character, and I think you can have up to 6 based on your activates. And maybe like a 7th for like one of your pieces of gear. It's nothing by comparison. I mean, I go 7, I'm here. My rotation, my execute, and my interrupt. Don't include any of fucking these that are all part of your makeup as well. In all fronts, I really like the gameplay. Maybe over for some people, I think most young people might not have the patience needed. I mean, I put myself forward as a guide the other day, so I can help guide new people through the game. Because if new people do get into the game and they feel overwhelmed, I'd like to be somebody that can help them. So I'm listing myself as a guide. I'm on the guide channel as well on My Demon Hunter. I'm not sure if you've got to do it on every single character. Let me have a look. See, I ain't got it on this one. So I'm guessing you've got to do it in every character. But it's definitely got barriers to entry. I mean, your first one is one I agree with, is the subscription. Subscriptions you need to maintain and run an MMO. You cannot run an MMO without a subscription. It's just unfortunate. It works hand in glove. You need to have a subscription to run an MMO. Now, I do agree they could probably make the DLCs free. I don't think you have to pay for the DLC and pay for the subscription. I think the expansion should be included as part of the DLC. I think that's something they could probably work towards, especially if it goes on Game Pass. They could probably absorb that cost. But in terms of the classes, I mean, like, even right now on the Hunter, I've got 24 buttons to press. Now, the bulk of them are situational. Defensives, few movement ones or whatever, offensives, and then misdirect, which I'll cast on tank at start so he gets aggro so I don't have to get one shot by a boss. I still think it's too many buttons. It's too many abilities. Too many offensives, too many defensives, just too many. Now you might get some people who are very good at playing the game will say, I don't mind it, it's okay, I'm okay with it. Yeah, but you're not everyone. And you're also not the person who's going to maintain this game by themselves for the future. The reason that this player base hasn't really grown in the last 7 to 8 years is because it's too many buttons for a lot of people. And people also don't like add-ons. And I'm one of those as well. I don't like add-ons. I think add-ons are horrible. A lot of people don't want to download 17 add-ons. I watched a live stream. Oh, I've forgotten his name. Begins with an A. As a World of Warcraft player. And they were helping this new guy out. Fuck off, Lasser. And the player in question was a new player, and this streamer was helping him out live on stream. He was helping this guy out, and he goes, "Oh yeah," he goes, "Download this." He goes, "What's this?" He goes, "It's CurseForge." He goes, "Download that, and then if you get these add-ons here, they'll help you play your class." And the player said, "I've got to get these to play this game. I can't just play the game that I paid for as I bought it." And the guy literally said, "I'm quitting the game." He left the game and cancelled his subscription. Never logged back on. Because of how overwhelming it was that this player was recommending these add-ons to him to play the game, the guy upright out and left. And I don't blame him. It's too much. It's too much. And I'm even from a player who's been playing the game 4 years. I understand some add-on need. But I'm playing the game with no add-ons. I make less mistakes than some people that do have add-ons. Unless I'm tired. If somebody came to me, said to me, "I want to play the game without add-ons in the guild," I'd be like, "Fucking go for it, mate. Join the no add-on squad." Completely fucking behind you. And it's kind of rough. You have to go through 5 different hoops so you can play the game again. It's not necessarily since while you're playing without any. You can play the game without add-ons, you can. Just add-ons do one of the things a lot of people attribute to fun, right? A lot of people say, "I hope the content's challenging. I hope it's not a pushover." Then why do you download add-ons? Add-ons, combat add-ons in particular, make the game easier. They make it easier. They give you extra visuals or extra audio warnings. They make the game easier. Weak auras can even outright nullify boss mechanics, like the Among Us mechanic on Lords of Dread. They make the game easier. If people want a proper challenge, play the game without any add-ons. Then you'll have your proper challenge. If you can play the game at that level then without any add-ons, then you know you're a good player. Because it's all about using these and using these. And one thing Blizzard's very good at is audio cues. They're not great at visual cues all the time. Some of those can fail. But they're very, very good at audio cues. Audio cues, when you get used to them, you can associate an audio cue to every single mechanic. They can work on their visual stuff, they need to. Because sometimes you'll get a mechanic that fucking like is hidden under the floor and you can't even see it. If you can't see it, how the fuck are you supposed to dodge it? The most important add-ons are your ears and eyes. It's correct. It is correct. Your ears and eyes and your your ability to respond with your hands in time so you don't get caught in a mechanic. Most of my add-ons are just quality of life stuff. If it's quality of life stuff, Wassa, that's completely fine, buddy. But what I mean is, like, you get a lot of these, like, Mythic Raiding Guild players who go, oh yeah, I love the challenge, I love the hard content, but then they play with 17 add-ons, and they've got 39 weak auras, and it's like, well, if you want a challenge, why have you got all these add-ons and weak auras that make it easier? Because what you're saying to me is, you can't play without those add-ons, you're saying you find the content too hard. That's what they're saying to me. Or they're saying, oh, I can't do this boss without this add-on. Every boss in this game, every boss, from normal to mythic, they're all designed to be killed without the add-ons. All of them. And there are some players that do, but not very many. Like, Wassa, what did you say to me the other day? You talked to me about the mechanics on the second phase of Kaivessa. And you said to me, I dodge more mechanics than anyone else in Raid. And I'm the only one in the Raid that uses no add-ons. Eyes, ears. You see something that looks like it's going to fucking hurt you? Don't be there. Why do you think I stopped using I-Beam? I-Beam was risking my life. And because of how fast the mechanics come in that second phase, I can only get half of my I-Beam off. It's not worth wasting the I-Beam for the size of the cooldown it's got. I might as well wait until the phase 1 rolls round again and do the full I-Beam for more damage. Cutting it off midway and then having it on cooldown after that phase ends hurts me more than it helps me. In Cataclysm Classic, I play without any add-ons at all since there's no point in using them. Most add-ons back then as well, Plu, were very, very bad. Even as late as Cataclysm, they were. Most add-ons back then used to crash a game. That's when we had to have when our guildmaster made us get add-ons for AQ40 and for the first wing in Akramas, the Spider Wing. I didn't like it at all. The add-ons were fucking garbage. And a lot of them are still garbage today. And all they do, again, all it does is make the game a little bit easier. It gives you an extra loud, a warning, or another visual aid. Something like that. It enhances what you've already got, but it's making the fight easier. But people are always, oh, I like a challenge. Stop using add-ons. Don't use add-ons. Play the game as it's intended. If you can play the game as it's intended without any add-ons, then you know that you've got this shit. Then you know that you're a good player. And I don't mean people who use, like, UI add-ons. If you want to use a fucking UI add-on, be my guest. Some people don't like the default UI. I play with the default UI since day one. I've never used the custom UI ever. If you want a UI, that's like a quality of life change. It's cosmetic at best. That doesn't help you play the game easier. If you want to play with things like that, that's completely fine. But when you've got weak auras that are like helping boss mechanics be easier, you're simplifying the game. Yet people are caught up on these, oh, I like a challenge. But then why have you got these add-ons that make it fucking easier to play? Boss mechanics are really, really simple. Boss mechanics are generally simple enough. The only thing is sometimes when you get them where they overlap. When you get overlap, you can get a bit of what's it called now? You can get a bit of like overstimulated, where you get a bit too many mechanics coming at once. So like the second phase of Kaivessa, that's got not a lot of mechanics, but they're very fast. They're coming at you thick and quick. Phase 3 of Silken Court feels like Mythic Artificer. Mythic Artificer, he was one of the few Mythic bosses I've seen that had no more mechanics. What they did were, you normally had one set of mechanics in Phase 1, another set of mechanics in Phase 2, and a third set of mechanics in Phase 3. In Mythic, you got all 3 phases together throughout the entire fight. So you just got all the mechanics jammed into one big phase that never ended. And you had to cycle through them all. That's how Silken Court feels in Phase 3. It's kind of like Mythic Artificer. You've got a lot of shit coming at you at once. It's a lot to kind of like take in. But, again, this is why they call it progression. You do the boss enough, you see that 3rd phase enough, you get used to it. That's how you do it. You're not expected to one-shot them when you're not going to be able to handle that level of mechanics sometimes. Some people obviously can, but that's not for everyone. And Mythic and Surrect, just to be clear, nobody one-shots that until they've got it on farm as a guild. That's your first time there. You ain't one-shotting that boss if you fucking tried. You can take all the fucking add-ons you want. You ain't one-shotting that cunt. No chance. He's not dying in one fucking attempt on Mythic. Not until it's not current raid team anymore. What? Yeah, well, not even end boss. Silken Court second to last boss. You ain't one-shotting that guy, no fucking chance. It was same with Stone Legion Generals. If you were progging that on Mythic, you might get some really, really top-end Mythic guilds that can one-shot it on Heroic. But on Mythic, you ain't one-shotting that fucking boss. No fucking chance. Not when it was current content. Not a fucking chance. The best guilds in the world couldn't one-shot it. So guilds that are lower down the ladder than that, they ain't fucking touching it. I've heard of Stone Legion Generals was terrible boss for some people. Stone Legion Generals, it was challenging, like Silken Court is. It had a bit going off. It wasn't too bad. I'd actually say Silken Court's probably harder than Stone Legion Generals, with how their phases go and overlap, and you've got like dispels from healers and stuff like that. That makes it a little bit more challenging, because you've got a bit more involved. Where Stone Legion Generals, it was, you had soaks on the right hand side of the room, and then you had you placed down these like fucking explosion things, but they put like a thing on the floor, but you couldn't overlap them, otherwise it wiped the entire raid. And then you had a soak. You had to get in the soak to get rid of your crystallize effect on your characters, like a debuff the boss has put on you. You had to get in there and get rid of it. If there were enough people in the soak though, then when the meteor thing came down, you all died. Everyone that was in the soak just got killed. And then there was in Heroic, there was a blade, a blood blade, and 2 players had to move out of the raid and create a line from them to the boss. So basically you had the boss, 1 player, 2 player, and it got zoom, 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 back to the boss. Anyone caught in that also got this bleed, and this bleed was extremely damage intense for the healers to maintain it. On Heroic though, the Heroic and then Mythic, the one on Mythic that was quite funny. The Heroic, you only got I think 3 or 4 of the circles you had to put down on the side. If you were doing it on Mythic, half of your raid got one of them. So you had 10 people doing the mechanic. So they all had to run out and drop one down. They had to drop it in like a horseshoe shape around the top end of the boss's room. Otherwise you were fucked. Heroic Frack was a boss I enjoyed a lot. See, they moved towards this a little bit with Halondrus in the Jailer raid, which is what made it so challenging. So there was like 4 end bosses essentially in that one raid. Because you had Halondrus, Anduin, it was either the fucking Doom God or what the fuck it were called, one of the fucking end ones, and then it was Jailer himself. you had 4 really difficult bosses in the later part of that raid. Now, what made Halondrus really hard, initially Halondrus was considered a joke by the Mythic Raiding Guilds. So because they fed it back to Blizzard's devs, Blizzard devs said, alright, make every mechanic a one-shot. So any mechanic that got fucked up on Mythic, wiped the entire raid. So it takes one person to do one mechanic wrong, and you all died. It was a guild destroyer. It fucked up guilds big time. And it's one of the many reasons so few guilds got ahead of the curve and cutting edge in that raid tier. The least cutting edge tiered ever. A 1.3%. Ryglon was the other one, sorry. Lords of Dread was actually trivialised because of the jailer mechanic. Because the Among Us mechanic. Because it was trivialised by a weak aura. But the Ryglon fight was actually hard. Ryglon was the other one. So it was Halondrus, Anduin, Ryglon and Jailer. They were the four walls. They were all like, I think, 300 plus pulls each. I think Halondrus was 500. Jailer was more than 500. And I think Anduin was something like 300 or 400. They were a lot of pulls to kill. Sounds like a shit raid, to be honest. It was extremely overtuned, which is when people rated it that badly, Blizzard said we're not going to do a raid this hard ever again. Which is why then they brought in the first raid of Dragonflight was a joke by comparison. And then when they brought out Aberrus was one of the easiest mythic raids I've ever done. Because that one took 3 days to clear. The Americans had cleared the raid on Mythic before the EU guild had barely even started. So they went from severely overtuning a raid tier to severely undertuning a raid tier. The only raid they really got right in Dragonflight was on Madrasil. Because you had Tyndall and Farak were both good fights. But the rest of the raid tier was kind of shit. They were the only 2 that were really challenging. And you have to have one challenging boss to slow down the Americans because of their 16-hour head start. The 16-hour head start on a raid with players of that skill is massive. A 2-hour head start can be huge. 16 hours? Fucking hell. Might as well just give them the fucking win for the most part. You think they should do the race on like a dedicated ROM just for the event? I've heard people saying it, because obviously they could technically do it for the race to world first and invite, say, the top 10 or top 15 guilds in the world that can compete at that level and put them in for the race to world first on a private server. Obviously, the problem would be the rankings on Raider.io, if they got applied to those rankings, and also their cutting edge. Because would they then have to do the boss in like a hard mode to then come into the nerfed versions of the raid that the regular players are doing? Because like even the top 100 guilds, any guild above say the top 15, they're not doing the boss the way the world first raiders do. Maybe even every boss above the top 10. You're not doing the same boss they do. The bosses get nerfed for the top 50, nerfed for the top 100, nerf for the top 200, nerf for the top 500, nerf for the top 1000, nerf for the top 2000, and they keep getting nerfed throughout the tier. And then that you've got things now like Narubar Finery. That's something they used to have in a previous raid. In Ward of Draenor, they had it as a debuff on the bosses. So the longer the raid tier went on, the bosses got a decrease in health and damage. So they debuffed the bosses rather than buffing the players. They did the reverse way round. So you got a demoralising effect on them. It's something they could do. I just wouldn't want them top guilds to get screwed out of their world ranking by being on a private server thing. With the exception, this is the exception, is if they release the Race to World first on this like private realm or whatever, this private server for the top 10 or 15 invited guilds, but they release it before the raid is active in the actual game itself. So if they say do it 2 or 3 weeks before the raid drops for the rest of us, they can then do that raid and then come and gear the characters up and do the raid like everyone else does. But obviously that raid will already start like nerfed. The raid won't be the difficulty there's that. The raid might start nerfed for the top 100 guilds. So you might get your guilds like Echo, Liquid, Method, guilds like that, the top Chinese guild, will just walk straight through it. They might walk through it and kill every boss in like 5 or 10 pulls. Because it's not meant for their difficulty level. It's meant for the regular player base. Regular players don't play at that level. We can't play 7 days a week, fucking 16 hours a day. Most people don't even want to. I wouldn't want to. I like World of Warcraft, but fucking hell. I wouldn't want to be in a raid for probably more than, say, 4 or 5 hours at max. And even then I wouldn't want to do that every day. I'd want to do it probably, as I said, like 2 or 3 days a week. But 3 hours is probably a decent number for a raid. 3 or 4. I couldn't play it that long. I couldn't. And even when you've got a comfy chair like I've got, if your arse is glued to a seat with one sizable break in between, I dread to think what it does to your arse. But your arse is fucking killing you at the end of like 12 or 16 hours in the same chair. Now obviously in the case of the World First Raiders, they get paid to play the game. They've got the sponsors, they get paid to play it. For them it's actually a job. So they get that advantage. Even guilds outside, say, of your top, I'd probably say outside of, say, your top 8. I doubt guilds above your top 8 have even got sponsors, for the most part. So, the guilds that haven't got sponsors can't even compete in the Race to World First, really. They might have skilled players, but if they can't commit to a 2-3 week stint, doing 12 to 16 hours a day, getting all the splits done, all the other bollocks, to then raid, they're not going to compete with likes of Echo and Method and Liquid. It's kind of like a rigged field before the start. One thing I think they should do, absolutely, I think they should definitely get rid of the advantage the Americans have got. I think every single guild on every server should be able to play the game at the exact same time. Now, obviously, some might say, well, they're releasing it at American time. That's fine. But like the Chinese guild have said, when it's released in America's time, it might be 4 o'clock in the morning for the Chinese guild. The Chinese guild have said, we'd adapt our sleep schedule to meet the raid release time. So they'd start playing at 4 o'clock in the morning, when the Americans do on their realms, and they'd adapt their sleeping patterns for the Race to World First. They'd be that dedicated. They should be given the option to do that, without going, well, we're an American company, so, you know what, we're going to give Americans 16-hour head start. Because, realistically, any Race to World First that doesn't make it to the first reset, it delegitimizes the Americans' guild's wins. And the American guilds should actively be telling the developers, can you just make it a global fucking release? There's no reason not to. I know that some of the Liquid players have said we'd rather it be a global release, because then people can't say, oh, well, you had a head start. Because the naysayers are always going to say you've got a head start. But a head start of that size, even a smaller head start would still be a big deal. But a head start like that is massive. It's absolutely massive. It really is. With players at that skill level, that's a huge advantage. I mean, you imagine if they had Olympics with a marathon, and he goes, right, Americans, you get a 30-minute head start. Rest of the world, you've got to wait until Americans have started. If they've got a fucking 30-minute head start, unless their runners are fucking dog shit, they're 30 minutes ahead of you. Trying to catch up is a right ball league. So only reason Echo and Method have got any chance of catching up is if they have one boss, at least, before the last boss, that's extremely challenging to slow Liquid down. Because that head start is that big for players at that level. It's too big. Did watch the race this year, enjoyed it for the most part. Stuff like MDI and the arena thing I don't care about at all. No, I'm the same as you. I used to do the arena because I was obviously doing European Championships back in TBC. But yeah, I don't do it anymore. I don't watch it anymore. I watch Race World first because I enjoy it. I think it's fun. I just wish they'd call it a level playing field and stop giving advantage to like a certain country. Yes, one for you. It's always cool as well to see some of the boss fights. Especially if they've got like a mythic phase or something like that, a hidden phase that's not in the adventure journal. That surprises even the raiders. It's really good. Like example, right? Let's take a look at Jailer Raid. Jailer Raid lasted 3 weeks. 3 weeks is quite long, to be fair. I'd say 2 weeks is the perfect point. 3 weeks is probably a week too many. But it's the furthest it could go without it being dragging on too much. But with the Jailer Raid, with it being that hard, that unforgiving, Liquid couldn't have players there for that length of time because they couldn't clear it fast enough. Liquid in Race to World First came 5th. They weren't even in the top 3. 3 other guilds would normally get ahead of them, beat them. You know what I mean? It's like when a raid tier's that hard, even they can't compete. Going back a bit, me starting playing actually started the game because I watched Asmon Gold for a long time. He always says about how the game is shit and bad, so I thought about trying it out. He says the game is shit and bad now because it's changed somewhat, but it's largely because Asmon's shit at the game. Asmon was good at the game for a single tier, which I think was pretty much Legion, where he was basically parsing on bosses. But even then, he'd parse on bosses and wipe his raid. So, take anything Asmon says with a pinch of salt. He comes into these raids, and he does these with his community. And he even says normal's too hard. We can do 8 man, 4 bosses on heroic. He don't know what hard is. I'd like to see him take 7 of his community into heroic and try and get first 4 bosses. I'd love that. It'd be a fucking shit show. He'd be raging so fucking fast. Oh, it'd be hilarious. It'd be fucking hilarious. I know that Asmon is honestly shit at the game. He just gets carried because of stream benefits. He does, yeah. He'll bring in players that are overgeared to fucking tits. Probably got cutting edge. And even then he'll still say it's hard. He'll say, oh, there's too many mechanics, there's too much of this. I don't mind the difficulty of the bosses. I play it without any add-ons. I'm living proof it can be done. I'll be living proof it can be done on Mythic as well, when we get into Mythic. I will not need add-ons to beat these bosses. I will do it without it. I will learn, I will adapt. I will overcome. It is part right and part wrong on the last part, Plum. It's not impossible for someone to start playing the game. You're living proof, but it has got a lot of barriers to entry. When you've got everyone saying, "Oh, you need this add-on, you need this add-on," you've got to pay a subscription, but that's kind of needed to be able to afford to run the game. They need that so they can actually run an MMO. MMOs are extremely expensive to maintain, so. It can make some things make sense, other things don't. But also, I mean, well, like your Mythic raiding, right? Mythic raiding, roughly 2 to 2.5% of guilds do Mythic. So most people don't do Mythic. You'll never see a pug get cutting edge, ever. It won't happen. Pugs are too disorganised, too incapable of getting cutting edge. The only time that you might have something close to a pug is when it's like a partial guild raid, say 10-15 people of a guild that's at that level, and they bring in 5 well-geared players who have had some progress on the boss, and you'll get a partial pug. But an actual pug with 20 different people from 20 different guilds, not going to happen. They are never going to get cutting edge in a pug. Mythic's unpuggable. It's meant for the most elite guilds in the game, and it's something you've got to work towards. You don't get it in your first raid tier, you work at it. Unless you've already been at it on your raid tier, obviously. Damn, this motherfucker. He's big. Oh shit, I can't see that. It's underneath ground. That's what I mean about mechanics. Blizzard mechanics fucking phasing into fucking ground. Fucking hillsides and grounds. Didn't necessarily have a problem with having to pay the €15 a month. I just thought it was sort of stupid. I just can't buy the game and play. But then again, can't do anything about that. No, if it was just a game you bought once and didn't pay a subscription for, it would go the exact same way that New World did. New World, look at it now. They've now changed it from being an MMO to an ARPG. Even a company as rich as Amazon, you can't run an MMO off a one-time buy. Whoo! Just got 317k crit on my kill shot. Not bad. See, this is like a level 79 character that's fucking not geared yet. That's not bad. That's some okay damage on a hunter. Can see why BM's like second to top spec on Hunter. Weirdly, at the moment, the best spec on Hunter is survival for damage in raids, which is really weird. Whoa, man. What the hell? I'm gonna say. I wonder if there was somebody else attacking that. Was there somebody else attacking that? Oh, there weren't. No. What? How did they kill that so fast? What the fuck? My pet just went Super Saiyan 3. That died really fucking fast. Was that what I needed? I needed to kill that one. He just killed it. The motherfucker. Store mounts I'm not a huge fan of personally. Prime example being the €70 mount in the store right now. I'll be honest with you, Plu. In 14 years of playing the game, I've never bought anything off the store. Not a single thing. All I do is pay for the subscription when it's not being bought for me by my loving community that they are. And I pay for the game and that's it. I don't care about cosmetics and store mount stuff and transmogs and like paid transmog, should I say. If there's a transmog in the game I like, I'll hunt that down and try and get it myself if I can. If not, I won't lose sleep over it. All I care about really is playing with you guys, building up the raiding guild, and being able to raid all 3 difficulties when the time comes. Clear normal, no fucking problem. Heroic, you might have a little bit of prog on the later bosses, especially as I said that the last 2 bosses are usually harder than the first, 50% of a raid in Mythic generally, with exceptions like Painsmith in the middle of the Sylvanas raid. He was like really challenging. Level 80! Blah, 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 blah. I am complete. Vicious Hunt and pack coordination now stack and apply twice and are always active during Call of the Wild. Grass on the 80, thanks buddy. Thank you very much. Pack coordination, which one's that one? Attacking with Vicious Hunt instructs your pet to strike with their basic attack alongside your next barbed shot. And for Call of the Wild. Ugh. Juicy. The hero talents is good. The only thing with hero talents is I hope they keep it as a non-form of like temporary power. I hope it follows us all the way through future expansions, even outside of the World Salt Saga. I don't want it to be like a one and done fucking fad thing. We have too many of those. Right. Rogue talents fucking suck, if I'm honest. See, that's where if they're going to keep them in the game, that's something they can work on. Because personally, I think all the hero talents should all be passives. And they should buff up your current abilities. And if you've got the choice of 2, one should be more for single target and one should be more for cleave, regardless what class you are. So you could do AoE tanking, single target tanking, AoE healing, single target healing. You could do your AoE DPS, your single target DPS. They should split it into that and then have it where there's a spec on your tree that's more tailored towards AoE or single target. And then you can differentiate. Because what example some broken bastard like Wassa could do Wassa could have a Holy Paladin, spec it to Cleave for his healing, but then spec single target for his hero talents, and then see if it creates some nice overlap. Because I could see him doing something like that, and then he'd have like AoE cleave spells that crit for like fucking 500k or something stupid, and I'd be like, fucking Christ. If there's a way to make it broken, he'll figure it out on a healer. Especially on a fucking paladin. I don't want another button to press, I already have enough. Yeah, we don't need more buttons in this game. That's why, personally, this is what I'm sticking to. My Demon Hunter, my Ret Paladin, my Beast Mastery Hunter, who I can also play as Marksmanship either, my Arms Warrior. The other optional one is my Death Knight as Unholy or Obliterate Frostspec. That's it. I've got 5 playables. In the future, they're what I will level. So when Midnight comes around, I will level all of these to say if it's 90, I'll level them to 90. And then based on how many abilities they've got, one of these will be my main for at least the first raid tier. I might try Paladin next raid tier or raid tier after, but I'm enjoying my Demon Hunter. My Demon Hunter's fun. I enjoy it. It's got a lot of mobility. I'm not used to having armour that's not plate, so that's different as well. But I am used to playing melee. So some of the melee skills I've learnt from Warrior, I can play on my Demon Hunter. So what would be completely alien to me is playing ranged. Because I tried it on my Warlock and I failed hard. But obviously casting and the rotation was a bit off for me. This is all the abilities of the Hunter are all instant. And I think even there's one that is castable, you can move while doing it. So I can at least play him similar to these. And he's also very dependent upon his weapon. The weapon to the Hunter matters a lot, where to casters it doesn't mean anything at all. Just like another piece of gear. Unless you've got like a very powerful enchant on it or something. But that's all my characters level 80 that I'm playing. They're all done. I'm a dunzo. Dunzo for leveling. I've now just got to gear these two. He's got gear for normal heroic. He's got gear for normal heroic. I just need to gear these two. I think he's got gear actually for normal and heroic as well, just not as much as those two. And then I've just got to gear him. Just got to get him geared. And that's me done for those boys. But I'm going to call the stream here today. Thank you for staying with me, Plu. I love you. You're great. You're fantastic. I need some more like you. Let's see, actually, before I end the stream, let's see if we've got any recruits. No replies as of yet, I can see. No, that one said... Oh, that one said, sorry, I can't read at those times. Alright, okay, fair enough. But nope. But we'll see. We'll see. But take care of your son, brother. I'll be on probably a bit later on. Evening, if you're on. But if not, I'll probably see you at some point throughout the week on WoW. Or on Friday for the raid, more than likely. But take care of yourselves. Speak to you soon. And I will catch you in the next one.